Can you guys hear me? I know you can't see me, but can you hear me? All right. You'll be able to see me in a second. Just getting it all situated. All right. Now you all can see me. I hope. I need to pop this chat out so I can. How do I do that? Oh, yeah, there you go, like that. All right, now I think we're good. All right, so you can see me, you can hear me, correct? Like I said, I'm still getting it. It's always weird. I need like another monitor. If I keep live streaming, I need like another monitor so I can have like the chat where I'm watching the game, and then I also need to be able to like monitor the stream. Like it's actually a lot more complicated than it should be, honestly. But I need to be able to see like everything all at the same time, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the compliment. How did I do this last time? Do you guys know what time kickoff is at? Is it? I originally thought it was on the hour, but now I don't know. Is it 15 or 30? You know, depending on where you guys are at. You know, it's either like 7:30, 8:30, 8:15, 7:15. I don't actually know. That's what I thought too, but we're already past that though. So that's why, and I'm looking now. Now they turned off all the lights, so they still have to do the yeah, but they still have to do what do you call it? I think they still have to do like the national anthem and all that type of stuff. So we still got some time then, which is good. I think I got everything all set up now. I think we're good. I think sit. I got my water, I got my mic, I got my camera, I got my light, I got the game. I got my box for the screen where we'll be able to watch the play-by-play. Is it delayed or anything? Or are we good? Live streaming is so much more different than you know, just making videos. Maybe I won't pop it out. How do I pop it back in? There we go. Yeah, I'll just keep it like that. Making sense. good. Do we have a good stream? Can you guys see it? Is it clear? Is it glitchy, laggy? I can't tell unless you guys tell me. That's all. That's the last thing I'm trying to figure out because it says my status is good. Yeah, it's funny. I was just checking out actually. Dan Orlovsky, I think, did a really good job. And I think he highlighted. I don't know if he called that game, called a necessarily a vanilla scheme specifically for for why can't I think of it? For Jalen Hurts. I don't think that was necessarily the case. But I do think I'm kind of mad because I defended Jalen in my video, but I didn't emphasize enough. And I think Orlovsky did a good job of highlighting that, like, the Packers defense was locked down on in the passing game really well. And so if anything, that makes me feel like Jalen Hurts played even better of a game because he never forced the ball. He didn't force the ball, which I talked about a little bit as well. More like taking deep shots down the field, but he didn't really force the ball. He took care of it, and that's what you needed him to do. And so, not every game is going to be just fireworks. It's just the way it goes. But I do get it because you see some other teams, you see some other quarterbacks, like even just Baker Mayfield, honestly, against the Bucks. Like, you could see him getting the ball to his playmakers, Jaden Daniels and McLaurin. Like, we see all around the league these big receivers, no matter what, constantly get the ball. And the Eagles don't do that. But that's because the Eagles have so many weapons, and then they have Saquon Barkley. So it just is what it is. I just think we automatically associate a successful game with just, fireworks, touchdown passes in the end zone, celebrations. And that's just not always what it's going to be. Yeah, and that's why I was happy Tom Brady pointed that out as well. You manage the game. You manage the game, and it's what you need to be able to do. People, you can't hear me? It seems like other people can, so I don't know. That might be on you. Can everyone else hear me? Oh, okay. There you go. You can hear me. Wait once. Oh, never mind. All right. Finally, we got the national anthem. The only time anyone ever listens to that is during a sporting event. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about the Rams and all of that. Um, I'll be honest. Obviously, it's gonna some people, but as we know, they're fans. They never have a ton of fans, right? Like every game is always like practically like an away game, even at home. My time living out in California, they just don't really seem to care about sports as much. Colin Cowherd has talked about that a lot. He talked about that there's just too much to do out west. That if your team's not doing good, you go to the beach, you do something else. And, that's why out on the East Coast, it's like it's so much more intense because in January and February, what else are Philadelphia fans doing? What else are Boston fans? There's nothing else to do. So I don't know if that just matters enough. If it was like an East Coast team, yeah, I would agree. But it's like, out in New York and Philly and Boston and some of these other areas, it's like the cities shut down for these sports teams, right? Like it's just like if the Eagles are playing or the Patriots or whatever, it's just like it's like the only thing that's going on in the world. It doesn't feel that way out west, honestly. That's just been my experience based off when I lived out there. So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad for rooting for Sam Darnold. It's funny you say that though, because I feel that way about so many different takes. Like I said that I think the Rams will be a pretty good team and can make a run, but then I'm also saying that the Vikings are really great and can make a good run. And I'm like, well, if the Vikings win, I'm like, that's right, Sam Darnold. But then it's like, well, then you were wrong about the Rams, and it's like, no, that's not the case either. Or like I said that I think Nick Sirianni is on the hot seat. For one thing, I said I think the Philadelphia Eagles are a legitimate contender, which I obviously wholeheartedly believe. But then I also said that I think Nick Sirianni is like legitimately on the hot seat, and I think if the Eagles lose, especially if the Eagles lost against the Packers, I'm like, I think there's a massive chance that the Eagles would fire Sirianni. And everyone's like, and again, depends on who you are, but some people are like, no, that's so wrong, you're wrong. And then I'm like, yeah, well, now I just want to see the Eagles lose in the first round so Sirianni gets fired, and then I can say, haha, I was right. But then it was like, but then the Eagles lose, and it's like, so all my takes get twisted in that as well. So for the Eagles Super Bowl back in 2017, I actually watched it in LA on Hollywood Boulevard. It was really awesome at a like a Mexican bar and grill type thing. I was like outside. That's where I watched it because I was actually performing a show, like a live theater show of all things, and then I watched that game, and it was like that's what I'm saying. Like you wouldn't even know that the Super Bowl was even going on because the whole strip, you definitely obviously have like other like bars and grills and like outdoory type restaurants, but it wasn't that busy. Like it wasn't like that much going on. There was some, you had some places, but I watched it. I was like pretty much completely alone. That's why I specifically picked that place because I was like, I just was able to watch it alone, and it was actually kind of cool. But Colin also talked about that recently, where he said, because he's lived it a lot and he's obviously connected to sports and all of that. And he said, like, no matter where he is, no matter where he goes, whether he's skiing in Utah or, traveling in Chicago or LA, he's like, I always see Eagles fans. Always. And I think when he shares that type of insight, like it's pretty authentic. Like he's not trying to like, win any fans over in that moment. He's just talking about his experience. But he said that yesterday, actually on Sunday, uh, when he was talking to John Middlecoff. Here we go, baby. Where's this game cast? The heck? Maybe once it starts, it'll show up. Hold on. Let me make sure. Gamecast isn't working. Wow. Nakua's wide open. Man, and Troy Aikman's sick right now. His throat is all raspy. I thank you, Sean. I always appreciate the back and forth, man, truly. And I still am gonna respond to that last comment that you gave me. I always do enjoy the back and forth. I really do. Even if it gets heated sometimes. I do. Thank you, Devontae. Rainforest. Vikings sound cooler, so I'm going with Vikings. That sounds like a pretty solid reason why to pick the Vikings. Is anyone else's Gamecast not work? Like if you guys use ESPN or anything like that to go and it's not showing me like the game, the back and forth. And then I see the other comment about being stationed in Germany that I'm going to go back and read in a second. Oh my God. Higbee. That ball was money. Yeah. Oh! Yeah. Bounced like off his leg or arm. He definitely got it. I can't get the Gamecast to work. This doesn't make any sense. Wow. It won't even show me the box score. Can someone else go to ESPN.com and let me know if you guys have that same problem? It works for you. Okay, hold on. Let me use a different browser. No, I don't need a link. Really? Because no, see, even when I'm saying, like, I'm watching the game now, I just mean, like, when you show on ESPN.com and it gives you, like, it shows you where they are on the field and gives you the box score. It's not showing up for me. I don't know what to do. Wow, timeout, first quarter. 11 minutes. A lot of Vikings fans there. Like, this is the only thing that I can get. I can't get anything else. It's not even showing me the box, it's just showing me the injury report. So this has to be an ESPN issue. I tried it in a completely different browser altogether. And that's awesome, Matt S. Now I see your comment. That's really cool. Sorry, I know that's a little delayed. Having technical difficulties. Offense going for it. 4th and short. Going to game cast. I'm not a hot take artist. This would be a huge stop. Oh my God. Got him to jump. You cannot do that. Okay, so you don't see it either. Yeah, okay. Well, you confused me before when you said you saw it, or someone else said it works for me. Let me try then what if I just go to like NFL.com? I don't know. What it is one of them like gives you a game cast, but there's like ads in it, and I don't want to stream I don't want to stream. Oh my God, wide open. Touchdown. Don't know who that was. Can't see who it was. Wow, this offense was just wide open. Kyron Williams. I mean, that was easy. That was as easy as it gets to start off this game. No doubt about it. Wow, that was easy. That puts a lot of pressure on the Vikings just like that. I mean, I could have led that team down like that. I mean, that was like that was easy. That was too easy. All right, let me see now. Oh, you know what? Let me do it here. All right, I'm going to NFL.com to see. Oh, man, these commercials be wilding out. Yeah, there's too many commercial. Like, there's too many. If I do the NFL, I think it's gonna like show me random ads in the middle of it, and I don't want to like stream that. Wow, I can't believe I don't understand how ESPN is their GameCast is messed up on a playoff game. Like, how do you do that? Doesn't make any sense. None. That is a bunch of nonsense. Yeah, so the ESPN's having a problem everywhere now. I got some energy. It's a commercial. Well, you'll just be able to see the score for now until something changes. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. I'm gonna... Is the stream still smooth right now? Because I was doing a lot. I made it. I'm here. How you all doing? All right. Now we can focus back on the game. But as long as my stream's still good. And handoff. And decked for a loss. Thank you, Evans. I appreciate it. All right, man. Considering how easy the Rams scored. Well, thank you, Evans. That's very kind of you. Oh, the pocket completely collapsed. And he did nothing to avoid that. Well, Sam Darnold just got sandwiched. First play, a loss. Second play, a sack for a loss. How did he not move out of the way on that one? Sam Darnold, you better not turn into a pumpkin. I've been saying all season, pumpkin mode, pumpkin watch is the dumbest thing ever. I've been ripping them. Come on, baby. Good. A throw. It's not going to get anywhere, but still gets Sam Darnold in rhythm, still gets Jefferson engaged. It's all good. Troy Aikman's voice is getting to me right now. That raspiness. It's just like he's clearly, he's clearly not there. His throat. Yeah, how many of their players though right now have all that experience? I honestly don't know. Oh, good special team. Good tackle. Oh, now there's a fight. All right, that was good. No flags, no nothing. They always let kickoffs and punts. They always let the fighting. They always let that fighting more. I feel like than when it's the typical offense defense. I get the worry. I get it. But I mean, listen. Denver Broncos march down the field. First drive. Bo Nix. Balling. And then nothing else happened from that point forward. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I'm always against reaching such firm conclusions based off of, oh, I think it's gonna work now. Because I can see now it's showing me box score play-by-play. No play-by-play available. Oh, we were so close. We almost had it. Oh, there we go. Nope, it went away. We got this thing now. All right, all right. Oh, my God. It, wants to work. But see, right now, the Rams only have a 63% chance to win. So, still good. Still good. No panic needed just yet. You got Tampa? You mean in terms of like the Commanders playing Tampa? This is annoying though. Why doesn't this show me everything right now? Oh my god. Stafford, another easy throw. Another nice catch. Oh, there we go. Now I'm getting both. All right, there we go. On a missed tackle. Higbee's getting involved. Yeah, Brian Flores is definitely on his heels. Higbee's already got 38 yards. Stafford's already got 98 yards and a touchdown. Man, it's just pitch and catch right now. All right, man. Defense needs to get something going here. Oh, man, I'm a typo machine. It's all good. All right, now I'm finally good now. All right, man. 2nd and 3. Hand the ball off. First down. And more. And more missed tackles to the 20. Oh, he fumbled it. Oh, man. That's what the Vikings needed, but it was recovered. It might have been down by contact. I got to see it. He was saying down, but I don't know. Let's see. Can't really tell. Oh, it was out. Oh, man, the Vikings needed that so badly. That was key from Nakua. Oh, that was big. They needed that. That's a first down. Oh, taking to the... No. Yeah, No, just short. And flags. Unnecessary roughness. No, on the Rams. What's this going to be? I'll be redeemed on my Justin Herbert take. Don't you worry. It was unnecessary roughness, but it was on the Rams, not the Vikings. Hey, man, I still got my thing set up here. Oh, no. I'd have to change it. That's a bad penalty. Like, that's a bad penalty to do. I mean, you're in the playoffs right now. You don't got time for that stuff. That's just foolish. Yeah, I mean, if they go up, up 14-0, that just puts an insane amount of pressure on Sam Darnold. But that's behind the pass. Incomplete. But now it's 3rd and 16. So this would be huge if you just force a field goal, 10-0. Right, 10-0's nothing. Even 14-0. Well, it's hard to say who I got winning this game at this point. Because right now I'm like, oh man, Rams got this game. It was a toss-up for me, honestly. It really was. Because I really do believe Sean McVay is an absolute elite, high-level, experienced coach. And I believe in Stafford. But Stafford, at this point of his career, I honestly don't know. Like, I think he's a special quarterback, but he's just at the end of his career. All right, now the defense is getting more settled. They got the energy. That was big. That was definitely big. Now you got a chip shot field goal. We've had a lot of missed field goals. Even just in the playoffs alone, missed extra points, field goals, doinks. Like, field goals are no longer giving... I mean, I feel like we had this run where it was like every field goal felt like it was just money. Now it feels like no matter where they're kicking, anyone can miss. And that goes in. Would have been perfect if they missed it, and I was like, see? It is time for the Vikings to answer. I'm curious, when you guys watch these games, how do you watch them? Do you watch them on just like cable, YouTube, TV? You watch them on your phone? I'm curious, how you guys usually consume this stuff? On a couch, in your room, on your computer? Well, so that's the thing too. About the Rams. I've been saying that too this season, that they obviously were so banged up that it was so hard to really evaluate how great of a team how good of a team they are. So the NFL app though, do you have to pay for it to stream this game, or can you watch it for free with the NFL app? Yeah, I use YouTube TV. Yeah, I watch a lot of games on my phone. It's actually usually a smoother stream for me on my phone than on my computer. She watched drag races? Oh, okay, I got you now. The other thing. Yeah, it's fun. Honestly, like these are actually cool ways to watch these games, actually. Yeah, I have the subscription actually for NFL, for NFL Plus or whatever, because I thought I was gonna need it to watch like replays of games, but I honestly haven't. No comment on the one comment about streaming stuff. But can you watch like the local games? I thought if you have the app, you can watch like the local game. Although also the Super Bowl, I remember one time I watched the Super Bowl on a streaming app, and it was like I didn't have to pay for it. And I don't know if that was them just trying to like launch it, and they were just trying to be like, hey, do this. All right, man. This drive will be huge right now. Considering how the Rams have been moving the ball, like the defense also needs a rest. Like they got to at the very least sustain a drive, even if they don't come out with any points. Like they got to get some first downs here, man. But them being unable to establish the run game, that's unsettling. All right, like even right now, my quality on here is like 480. Like, come on, man, what are you doing here for me? I just lost my stream trying to make it better. I need to invest in major technology upgrades ASAP. I need a new computer to stream from. I need a new computer to watch from. Oh my god. All right, I guess I got to do 480. Guess that's just the way it's going to be right now. Sam Darnold, nice check down. All right, 9 yards, 8 yards. There you go. In rhythm. They did zip. Oh, so you got all the streaming things. So you want Sam because you don't think Sam Darnold's good, so they can pay all that money and mess up their team. Man, oh, a little bit high of a throw, but that was a catch. Great catch. Man, they barely even talked about that game for the Commanders and the Buccaneers. It wasn't even in the first block, the first hour. It wasn't until the second hour. Was that Addison? I can't see. I think it was, right? Sam Darnold, time in the pocket, another check down. See, this is more. He's taking his check downs. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Quarterbacks, man, just take the check downs. Keep it easy. Get the momentum. Legit question, I am wondering. If this keeps you up, will you admit Nick was right and that you were wrong? Huh? If this keeps up. Where was I right? Where was he right and wrong? You mean about specifically this game? Would I interview Nick Wright? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a big time throw. Wide open. Oh, and a big hit. Wow, big time catch. Now I gotta block this person. How do I do it? Hi, user from channel. All the messages have been deleted. The best game of the playoffs, the Commanders game. And he's sacked. They are getting to him. They are getting to him big time. Yeah, the stream is still smooth. I still need a better computer. That Commanders game was so much fun. That's why I'm hoping we get a repeat of something like this, honestly. That game was awesome. Yeah, Baker played well. Baker played well. All right. What it'll be like 3rd and 10. Well, they're right there. They're driving. They're at least in the field. They're at least in field goal range. It's all right. They needed this. They got some momentum going. Hey man, JJ can be it. You just gotta wait. Nick Wright can what? Will I cover trade rumors? Yeah, I mean I'll cover whatever the talks is. In the offseason, I'm still gonna cover all the NFL. Every video that's gonna any content that is still being talked about, I'm gonna make it. I mean, last offseason, I was making videos every single day. February onward. I don't go like maybe as deep as I can into like some of the stuff that's going to be more reported like locally, but I don't know, maybe I'll do that as well. It'll just take a little bit more time to try to figure out. Cuz usually for like the herd and first things first and stuff, and any of those other shows, things definitely slowed down from like February to like March, April-ish. And essentially like before the draft. And the draft, leading up to the draft, everyone's all in it. Then after the draft, it picks up. Like there's really only a couple months that there's kind of not a lot of football content, but I definitely will still make it. And then I have the basketball channel, and then it'll definitely be more basketball. But that's always jarring because after February, after the Super Bowl, they covered the Super Bowl for a little bit, and then randomly, first things first is like suddenly like all they do is cover football, during this time, and then randomly it's just all basketball. They're now starting to talk about, Joel Embiid and LeBron James and everyone pretends like they've been watching all these basketball games now. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, if especially if any of the if there's things to be talked about, I will definitely talk about it, and I'll definitely continue to make videos. It's actually why I pivoted a little bit because last off season I did football and basketball, but I was like, you know what? This channel is so football centered right now. Let me just keep it football based, and that's why then I created the basketball channel, especially because I was doing a lot of Caitlin Clark stuff as well, and I'll be covering the WNBA to a degree as well. Well, thank you, Green Bay Bucks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I really enjoy covering all the teams, honestly. The basketball channel is just JWL Hoops. Oh, good movement. Oh, this is going to be interesting. 3rd and like 2. Get the field goal. Get the points. That's smart. Oh my God. I didn't say the Ravens were playing the Chargers in the AFC Championship. That wasn't a prediction. We notice how he dropped banners for Josh Allen, no banners for Jaden Daniels. If Caleb Williams he would have dropped a banner. That's good. Yeah, the Commanders and Denver Broncos are obviously going right in the right direction. Well, you brought up such an awesome point. How Nick will be boosting up Dak and Baker, and right, all their stats are coming from the wild card. Oh my gosh, this guy. I did not hear the news. What came out? But the basketball channel is just that. And I'll definitely be covering all that. The playoffs and the heck, wait, why isn't that? Oh, it was deleted. Okay, good. He didn't want to talk to journalists because he said he had nothing nice to say, so better to say nothing and thinks he's leaving. Well, he thinks he's leaving because he wants to leave, or Green Bay is gonna want to move on from him. It's all good. If it keeps going, I can do that. I appreciate it. That's very nice. That's very kind of you. Well, I made a video. I made a couple videos. I made a lot of videos today, but I posted and talking about Lamar and Josh Allen, and people were like, "What? He complimented them." It's like he's obviously not complimenting them. He's obviously not complimenting them. We know that. Yeah, we got some great teams playing though right now. And some great quarterbacks that are playing, so NFL right now is in good shape. The question is, can the Texans make it competitive against the Chiefs? I had originally thought going into the NFC, going into the this season, I had both Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers and C.J. Stroud. I had both those quarterbacks. I was like, they're going to be my predictions for MVP candidates, and that was obviously without knowing anything how the season was going to unfold, and it obviously did not go that way. But then it felt like the Texans were going to have a similar ending as the Packers, but then the Texans were able to get that win. So now it's like, I don't know. He's 11 for 12 right now, Matthew Stafford, 124 yards. Dude, it was so obvious that he's not a Pro Bowler this season. Oh, and he's wrapped up. And he fumbled it! And the Vikings got it! Oh, that's a touchdown! Wow, that's exactly what they needed, and just like that. Wow! That's insane! I don't even understand. How did the ball get loose? Is there a flag? No, they're saying that he threw it. Let's see this. No way, no way. You are not saying that that's a throw. There's no, I know he's trying to. There's no way, though. There's no way. That's a fumble. I understand. Because he did not, if he really extended his arm, I'll give it to him. But I understand what he was trying to do, but it's just not enough of a push. It's not enough of a push. No, rules analyst is saying it's a throw. Let me see a replay again. No, I'm sorry, I understand it. That's ridiculous. I just wholeheartedly disagree. Who's he throwing it to then? That's my point. He's being bent down and his arm just goes like it. This is how as much as his elbow bent. and you're saying that that's a pass. Who are you passing it to? It just doesn't actually make sense. I'm sure by the letter of the law, but you obviously are not throwing it to anyone. Oh, and so now it wasn't even intentional grounding. Oh my god. Dude, but he was not throwing it to Puka. And that's to no one. Overthrow. Kevin O'Connell's freaking out. What's he mad about? Does he still want the call? Kevin O'Connell, you got to move on, man. I know you're angry. Troy Aikman is very confident that that was the right call. Your elbow, though, has to... I mean, he's not... He clearly wasn't flicking... I mean, like, he wasn't doing a shuffle pass, like... The truth is, though, if Troy Aikman says it, I'm going to defer to him. I'll be honest, but, like, I don't know. Wow, broken up. I can't wait for them to debate this, though. Defense definitely stepping up now, getting pressure on the receivers and Stafford now. So, I mean, again, I think he technically was throwing it, but I think that's more of like the... Oh, and he dropped the punt. Muffed it. I think, though, that was... I think it's like a... That's a rule that needs to be revisited. Yeah, that punt or the kickoff fumble was a rough one for the Packers for sure. There's no doubt about it. Oh, thank you, J-Dub. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Jaden Daniels, that will probably go down. I mean, like, honestly, I don't even know if I'll ever try to predict another rookie quarterback success ever again. Because the Jaden Daniels thing was, I just got right. I mean, I'm not even bragging. Like, it's luck, honestly. Because I was even like, even in that, as early as like that Cincinnati Bengals game, I was like, he's gonna ball out. This is gonna be his coming out party. Here it is. And then he balled out. I mean, it was wild. And I'm just like, I don't know how. And then I was like, I think he'll play well in the playoffs. I think they'll be able to beat the Bucks. And it's just like, it all ended up being correct. And I'm just like, I have now I have angst going into this draft of like, who I think will be good or not. And it's just like, I don't know, it's just like, I'll never be confident in any of my predictions as much as I was with Jaden Daniels. No, the Commanders play the Lions because they're automatically the lowest seed. When you have your head down and you're the quarterback and you're obviously being wrestled down and your elbow can't even... If he went like this and it was a clear flick, I can understand that. But it was just... I mean, his elbow moving forward probably went like an inch as he's being, brought down. And no. Well, I wonder what's going on with the Raiders. They might be trying to get Ben Johnson, although now the Cowboys, moving on from Mike McCarthy. So that's an interesting one. I didn't even get to cover that today. I was just focused on these other things that mattered most. Well, Phillies Commanders NFC Championship game would be wild. I feel like the NFL, though, wants the Lions. They've been a wildly popular team these last couple of years for sure. Oh, big run and more. And they're at the 40. Oh, nice cutback. Oh, yeah. Nice power running. I predicted that Josh Allen will win. I predicted that Josh Allen will win the championship. You're saying this season? Well, so this is why people think that I hate the Chiefs or whatever, and I really don't. I truly don't. Um, but hold on one second. Am I behind? I'm like a tad behind, and he got sacked because I saw what it was on the on the uh on the Gamecast. Man, 12-yard loss. Yeah, you should be nervous on Saturday, honestly. That makes sense. I mean, I think the Lions are a great team, but, Jaden Daniels is for real. It's going to be an offensive battle. The Lions should win that game, to be fair. I mean, that is their game to lose. But what I was saying about the Chiefs. Oh, yeah. No, like watching the Commanders and Jane Daniels last night and seeing all that unfold, like it just to me it's fun to watch new teams, new players, new matchups. Like that's fun to me. I don't want to see the Chiefs play the 49ers again in the Super Bowl. I don't want to see the Chiefs play the Eagles again in the Super Bowl. Like that's not interesting to me. I mean, it's honestly not. Like I want some new stuff. Oh, that's a running into the kicker. So here's a penalty. Is it roughing the kicker? And that's 15-yard penalty. He's calling for a 15-yarder. So you have running into the kicker and roughing the kicker. Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. First down. But yeah, that's why, other people were talking about the Ravens and the Commanders Super Bowl. I don't know how competitive that would be, honestly. I mean, Jaden Dan, I mean, that would be fun, but it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. That's a lot of magic that the Commanders need to really make that Super Bowl competitive. But like I think like a Bills, Eagles, a Ravens, Lions, like just some new faces. An Eagles Ravens would be fun because you kind of get like a little bit of a rematch from this season, like But even now, it's just like we're gonna have a Chiefs Ravens or Chiefs Bills playoff, and like those are fun. I'm for it, but it's also like it's the same conversations that we have also for these sports shows. Like that's what also gets boring for me because then it's the same conversations. This whole week it's just going to be comparing Josh Allen and and Lamar Jackson this whole week, and it's like we've done that so many times, and then the following week will most likely be Patrick Mahomes, and it'll either be Mahomes versus Lamar, Mahomes versus Allen, and we just keep having those same conversations. It would be fun to have C.J. Stroud versus Josh Allen now or something like just new interesting matchups. That's what I root for. I just root for interesting. Oh, great tackle on Jefferson. That was a nice tackle. The Bills definitely have what it takes, but I think the Ravens offense especially in the playoffs, that run game. Justin Herbert will be redeemed. Just you wait. Just you wait. It'll happen. Dan Orlovsky said it perfectly too. I had my take, and then someone mentioned Dan Orlovsky, so then I looked it up, and I was like, oh yeah. Interception. Was it definitely an interception? Did it hit the ground? No, that's a clear interception. Now, great field position. What are they at? Like the 49? Oh, they're on their 43. Well, so far, it's the latter about Sam. You can't. The score is 10-3. Hey, here's a Justin Herbert commercial now. Now there's a Wolfman commercial. I'm not seeing Wolfman. Not seeing it. What are you guys laughing at? The pumpkin mode stuff? Or that this is over? Or how Nick will respond? Yeah, it's just the second quarter. It's all good. I just want a competitive game. If the Rams score here at 17-3 or something, it's like I want some competition. I think it all depends on Kevin O'Connell's evaluation of JJ and of Sam Darnold for that matter. The thing is, if Sam Darnold drops the ball here, it's so hard though because this is Sam's first real playoff. Well, hold on. This is the interception replay. Oh, he definitely had Naylor. Oh, he hit his arm on the helmet. He couldn't really get behind it. That's a tough one. Stafford flushed out of the pocket, holding. That's a flag. The Vikings still can't tackle, and now this is going to be a big game, but this is going back. Do you still think a team will pay Darnold other than the Giants? I think it all depends. You have to see how this game continues to unfold. Let's say Sam Darnold just plays average today. I think there'll still be teams that would be interested in him. Depending on like draft order and all that, like I could see the teams that need quarterbacks would still go after him. He wouldn't get paid a ton of money, but like maybe Sam Darnold also like goes to the Colts now or something, and he's in another situation where he's like, hey, we're gonna give AR a chance, and if AR really doesn't, hit in the first few games, we're moving on. Like I don't know, there's so many different scenarios. The Raiders, the Giants, heck, even the Cowboys. Like what's going on with Dak Prescott? Is he making a full recovery? Any issues with his recovery? Trying to think of any other teams that would maybe need a quarterback. Yeah, and people aren't even really confident with those two QBs. Well, how are you feeling about Jordan Love right now? Let's see. Stafford. Ooh, Puka Nacua should have had that. Andy? Candy Andy? Oh, the Jets? Yeah, the Jets are a good one. Oh, that's false start. Wow. I mean, it doesn't matter, but that was crazy false start. Did you guys see that? Thank you so much, Brandon. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. It means a lot. Both the comment and the tip. Thank you. What the heck? Oh, you can't like messages on here? Jordan needs to improve, but there are a lot of asterisks this year, like contract negotiations meant he didn't practice, and then the week 1 injury. Yeah, it was definitely an up and down year. He definitely needs to play better, but, you know, this is definitely a throwaway year for sure for the Packers. Oh, the Seahawks are an interesting one. The Cardinals, there's talk about them trading Kyler potentially. But I don't know. You move on from Kyler, then you go and get Sam. Like, I don't know. The worst thing a team can do is have an in-between quarterback. I really believe that. You have an in-between quarterback, it's like, where do you go from here? What do you do with this? Because you see what a special quarterback can do. We see Josh Allen, and those are obvious because they're so great. You see the Mahomes, the Josh Allens, the Lamars, the Burrows, and then now you have Jaden Daniels, and that's the thing, right? You're messing around with a quarterback who's maybe been in the league for 2-3 years, and you're like, they haven't been able to do much. Like Dak Prescott. I mean, look what Jaden Daniels did in his first playoff game. We've never seen Dak Prescott do that once. Dak Prescott didn't do that. And I'm not saying, well, that's proof that Dak Prescott isn't good or that he can't handle it, but it's just like, look what JD was able to do in his first game. Like even Jordan Love balled out. And I praised him. And again, I think Jordan Love will be special. And even though Jordan Love put up better numbers, Jaden Daniels' game is more impressive to me because of the intensity and all the weight that was lumped on Jaden Daniels' shoulders. You don't question now, can Jaden Daniels handle the moment? And so it's just like, yeah, what has Kyler Murray shown? What has Dak shown? Oh, I can't believe they missed that punt, that block. Yeah, I think teams should stand firm and say we're not going to just keep giving you guys $250 million. Like, I mean, the whole market's so messed up right now in terms like Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry. When you think about it, the amount of money that they're making, you would absolutely, positively, without a shadow of a doubt, pay them $30 million a year for the production that they're giving and the impact they have on both their teams. they are having a bigger impact than 95% of the wide receivers out there. And it's like, you can't even debate it, honestly. I mean, who was more important, Jalen Waddle or Derrick Henry? Who's more important to the team right now, to the Philadelphia Eagles? A.J. Brown or Saquon? Devontae or Saquon? And I'm not making the argument that the running back should get paid like 30, 40, whatever million. But it's just like, we know the way how things are paid are just kind of all over the place. Yeah, Jaden looks special. If you're a team with a quarterback who hasn't been getting it done, you're looking over at Jaden and thinking, man, that is a quarterback that we need. They got to convert this. Nice throw. Okay, they're getting settled. Yeah, that's an interesting one. How much they pay Purdy. I'm thinking in the 40s. But in a way, the way how the contracts are moving, like the 50s would be equivalent to the 40s now. Oh, big run. That's a 20, 30-yard run. Whoa, how many yards? 26. Thank you so much, Lucas. I appreciate that. Thank you. I always appreciate the compliments. It helps balance out any of the negative comments. Oh. I'll tell you what, though. Oh, he lost the ball? No, he was down. Or forward progress. No, what? He's saying he was down. He's saying he was down. The knee was down and forward progress. And Brock Purdy should definitely take. Yes, if they called back the fumble, that's got to be it. He was down. Miss me with this nonsense. The narrative on Purdy is he needs help to win. I think all quarterbacks need help to win. I do think Purdy should take a team-friendly deal. I think he will. I don't think he's trying to reset the quarterback market. It is crazy though. Like we're in the playoffs now, man. Like got the Commanders going up against the Lions, the Eagles versus the winner of this game. I mean, like it's about to get big time. Like Jaden Daniels either beats the Lions and then everyone's gonna be like, this is insane. Rookie quarterback Jaden, the story of Jaden Daniels continues. Or the Lions win and it's like the juggernaut is back. And I feel like the least momentum story will probably be out of the Eagles and the Vikings Rams. Whoever wins that game, I think people will feel kind of okay with, but like I don't think it'll be like the Rams are winning the Super Bowl, the Eagles are winning the Super Bowl, the Vikings are winning the Super Bowl. It feels like a lot of the momentum in the storylines would be behind whoever wins the Lions and the Commanders game. But but I think the biggest stories would be if the Texans beat the Chiefs. That would shock the NFL world. Yeah, man, it's tough in the NFL. You know, Brock Purdy goes to hold on. He's down. Okay. I like all teams. Honestly, I really try to be just non-biased. I enjoy all of them. I really jump around. I'll pick random teams. I just like interesting storylines, the fan bases. Like, it was really awesome to see the Washington Commanders fan base when they, you know, there a lot of the comments were like, I haven't seen a playoff win in my entire life. Or the last time they won a game in the playoffs was when I was like 5 or 10 or something. Like, that stuff's awesome. The Lions had the same thing last year. But this defense for the Rams, man, this is for real right now. I mean, they are swarming. They are physical. They are fast. They are playing with intensity. Darnold just fumbled the ball. That's a touchdown. Man, they should have called a timeout. They had 3 timeouts. The clock was running down. It's the second quarter. It's 4 minutes. Just call the timeout. And Kevin O'Connell should have went running down the sideline and just called the timeout. How many sacks does he have? He's been sacked 4 times. 4 times. And there's 4 minutes left in the second half. Now the Vikings have to score to close out this half. They gotta turn it into 17-10. Who do I think the better matchup for the Eagles are? I mean, the way the Vikings are playing right now, you're kind of rooting that the Vikings somehow win this game. You're not cooked. 17-3. You still got a lot of football left. Is Daniel Jones even dressed right now? Nah, you wouldn't bench Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold got you here. You're not going to abandon him. Yeah, one game does not define you. I know you're probably going to disagree, but these playoffs are really showing how important a game changer QB is. Darnold is not one of those. Watch Sam Darnold come back and win this game. You watch. Now, listen, if Sam Darnold plays bad this game, I'd have to think about it more. What my conclusions would be. I'm a major proponent of not just taking 1 game or 2 games and automatically saying, see, not good. It's obviously not good, by no means. I want to see what he does this drive. Four sacks, 6 tackles for losses, and 2 takeaways. Granted, the 2 takeaways are from Sam. The one throw was tough. He was a little late, but then his arm did get hit. That sack, I mean, he's been sacked 4 times. 4 sacks is a lot. I understand they're saying that Sam's holding onto the ball, but still. Wow. He moved around in the pocket well. And then he did. He just wouldn't let it rip. Five sacks. Why didn't he run? Yeah, sacks. It's always interesting to try to figure out when a sack is on the O-line and when it's on the quarterback. Woo! See, now he just made two. That's the thing. He just made a beautiful throw, moving up in the pocket off 1 foot, double coverage. I mean, that's a beautiful throw. I'm not saying that now, that nullifies everything that's happened, but like that is a high level throw. Chiefs will beat the Texans, but I believe they have to blow them out to convince me that they're still the old Chiefs. I think their offense is going to play a lot better. I think blowing out the Texans wouldn't prove that because I don't know who the Texans are. I'll be completely honest. I think the Chiefs' offense will be better now because they're healthier. The question will be, can the Bills and the Ravens beat them? But I do believe that the Chiefs' offense, I think the Chiefs will look better. Then everyone will be like, see, it's the playoffs. It's the playoffs. I think also that extra rest, they'll keep acting like they haven't played a game since December. I just don't think I just don't think that'll matter. Maybe for a couple of the younger guys, but not for the guys that really matter. Not for Mahomes, Kelsey, Brown, Pacheco. Like, I think they'll be fine. And I think Andy Reid knows how to handle that. So many movie commercials, previews. I want to go to the movies now. So where are we at now? First and 10 on their own 30. They got to get a touchdown. Because then they get the ball back, too, to start the second half. That could be huge. Even if they just get 3 points. 6, because then again, you get a touchdown, then it's 17, 13. It's still kind of all within range. I'm trying to think what would be a more fun matchup. The Chiefs versus Bills or Chiefs versus Ravens. I don't know if Daniel Jones is active. Oh my god, and a drop in the ball. Now Jones is limping. I think he's fine. Oh, yeah, he stayed in. Now it's 3rd and 7. They're on their own 30. Oh, no, they're not. They're on their own 45. Why is this not updating, man? Gamecast is just messed up. This is a big conversion here. And it's going to be short. By 2. They're going to go for it. Bills versus Chiefs would be a good game, but I'm an Eagles fan and I want the Chiefs so we can ruin their three-peat. So you want to face the Chiefs? I don't want an Eagles-Chiefs repeat Super Bowl. I want something new, man. They're going for it. 4th and 2. They're letting Sam throw, and he just gets sacked. I mean, this is crazy. 6 sacks. Let's see. He tripped. That wasn't even his fault. Jefferson just straight up trips. And now they have the ball on the 40. I mean, they can get 7. I mean, like, this will be wild. They'll be 24-3. Rams only got 1 timeout, though. Well, that last sack was definitely not his fault. Puka Nacua is now shooken up. He's limping. Well, now someone's down for the Vikings, too. This is not... This is not a competitive game. Well, Nacua just... I mean, I don't know if he's not out, but he was definitely banged up, but it's so hard to know when something's, you know, long-term or just like a stinger. All right. I get he's holding on to the ball a little bit, but I'm just not putting all these sacks on him. I'm just not. I mean, he's being... I mean, it's just like immediate. The 2 sacks that they just showed in the replay right now were not his fault. This third one, that fumble, you know, I don't know. They're coming at him from all angles here. Hey, Bad. What's the book called that AJ's reading? I just made a great video posting. I haven't posted it yet. It's posting tomorrow. About that breakdown of that video from First Things First with Nick, Greg. It's just crazy because that fumble on Stafford could have given the Vikings 10. You know, that would have made it 10. It would have taken points off from the Rams. The Rams get the scoop fumble, and they get the 7. You know, man, like everything changes. I believe it. Inner excellence. Who wrote it? I want to look it up to see who even wrote it, or like how legit of a book it is. Oh, is that Puka Nacua? Yeah. Puka Nacua has been a monster right now. And the Rams still have their timeout. Oh, because the Vikings had to use... That's a touchdown. Wow. And there's only 15 seconds left. I mean, the defense isn't even showing up for the Vikings. I don't even know. What's the time of possession right now? Let me see. 17-12, so I can't even necessarily say I'm even blaming like the defense because of short offensive drives. But I mean, Sam Darnold's 13 for 16. You're like, that's not that bad. 13 for 16, 113 yards, 7 yards per attempt, but 6 sacks. 6 sacks. I mean, that's it right there, man. And yeah, both sides of the ball. Am I going to live stream any games this weekend? I don't know, honestly. That's to be determined. Maybe the Commanders-Lions game? I don't know. I got to see what time the games are at. I don't know. I feel like the night games. And does anyone know what the schedule is right now? Let me see. Do they even have the Eagles versus whoever is the winner of this game? Or do they not even have that time yet locked down? Right, so the Commanders, Lions. So the Chiefs, Texans play the first game Saturday. And the Commanders play the night game. And then the Eagles play the earlier game. And then the Ravens, Bills play the night game. Yeah, I got to think about that. Maybe the one of the night games. Man, that was not a fun first half. 24-3. 41% of his dropbacks, he's been pressured, Sam Darnold. So I don't really know what any quarterback does in this situation. Matthew Stafford, 4-4 in 8 career postseason starts. 4-1 with the Rams. Vikings, 2-6 in the last 8 postseason games. I don't think Sam is seeing ghosts. I think he's just being pressured nonstop. I think a couple times he held on to the ball too long, but I mean, he's been sacked 6 times. The other 4 times are just, I'm not going to give it his fault. The Buffalo-Baltimore game will probably, if it wasn't for Jaden Daniels, I would say that would be the most exciting game. But I think Jaden Daniels still has that rookie excitement where it's just like, what's going to happen next? But yeah, I mean, the Ravens in the in the Bills game, Lamar versus Josh Allen, that should, fit the bill for sure. Yeah, that's my issue with the whole pumpkin watch, because I don't think Sam is. I think this whole team is collapsing right now. The defense is not playing good. The defense, that opening drive, Matthew Stafford was throwing to wide open guys and was completely protected. Literally any quarterback would have been able to do that. Oh, is that still are they still connected with that? Wait, Sean, are you the one that you've had season tickets forever? Or did I make that up? Man, I'm gonna have to record videos too after this game. Although I don't know if I'm gonna do an immediate Vikings Rams post game video. I think I'll save that for tomorrow. Do I believe Sam Darnold's shrinking? No. Listen, I don't think he's, you know, rising to the occasion right now. But I don't think this is just Sam choking. He's been pressured every single drop back. They're not able to get any momentum with the run game. The defense has not been playing good. On a one, gotta have it down. Justin Jefferson slips and falls. A real possibility Deion Sanders could be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I want that to happen so badly. Mike McCarthy, the Chicago Bears. Well, thank you so much, Mega. I really, really, really appreciate it. Deion Sanders to the Cowboys. And then they can get Shedeur Sanders. And then what would they do with Dak Prescott? Oh, man. Danny Dimes is not going in this game right now. I just do. What do you guys all think Daniel Jones is going to be able to do right here? Is it supposed to be cold, Sean? I don't know how you guys watch football games in the cold like that. I'm over that life right now. Danny Dimes gonna find some pennies on the ground. All right. The Vikings score out of this half. They'll be 24-10. They'll be down by 14. High of 31. At least it's a day game, right? So like it's not going to be sunny. I mean, it's not. At least the sun will be out. Thank you so much, Mega. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. I really can't emphasize enough when you guys throw in the compliments and the tips. So seriously, thank you. Bro, people were getting like we're getting frostbite and amputations after that game. Like months after it. You think the angriest I've ever been was defending Lamar Jackson? That's interesting. I'm an NFL fan. A lot of Lamar Jackson fans used to not like me. Is it supposed to snow or anything like that? That also gives you the advantage. Going up against Texans and the CJ Stroud, they're going to be cold. "19 inches of snow is a ton, man." What do you mean they don't have the Chargers game? The Chargers-Texans game? Like a breakdown of the game? You say that, but I made a video talking about Josh Allen, and someone came at me. There was a Lamar Jackson fan. They're like, keep that same energy or something. I was like, I think you're confused. The video today about Lamar Jackson, I like short circuited. Someone commented and said like, "Yo, you at like 3 minutes and like 10 seconds into the game, into the video, whatever it was." And I went back and watched it, and it was pretty funny. You can like see my mind like kind of break for a second. Thank you so much, Green Bay Bucks. I appreciate it. Dude, I will 1000% not do that. I'll go to Arrowhead in September when it's nice and warm, or like a nice fall day where I could just wear like a sweatshirt. I'm good. Thoughts on the Packers yesterday. My thoughts on that game. Yeah, I made a video on it. Well, who would be your backup team if the Vikings lose? Yeah, we've been talking about this game. What else do you want to talk about? It's 24-3. But the Packers game was not a good game, obviously. they just got decimated with injuries. I don't think that they were ready to play. I don't understand what the game plan was. I don't understand why this offense continues to be boom or bust for Jordan Love. I think that the Packers could have literally they could have done the exact game plan of the Philadelphia Eagles. I've never been to Arrowhead, no. I've driven by it, I believe. I've driven by it. Herbert definitely got blamed. What do you mean? Herbert got mauled today. Hypothetical, but kind of jump. What kind of jump do you expect from Bo next season? What kind of jump? I don't know. I think it's hard. I think it'll all depend on who they support him with. I think if they can get some good support this offseason, I think he can definitely make a really nice jump. But again, I wouldn't expect him just to be able to put the Broncos on his back and lead them, to a Super Bowl in year 2. Like, this stuff still takes time. Your guy Darnold, that you make excuses for. I don't know why you think Sam Darnold's my guy. I talk very positive and I support Sam Darnold. I'm not out here telling you I want to start my team and have Sam Darnold. I'm not saying Sam Darnold's a top 5 quarterback. I would like to go to games next season and go to all different fan bases. That'll be fun. Wait, who are they evaluating in the back of the locker room? Did you guys hear? See, they're so disconnected. Even that pass right there, Aaron Jones wasn't even looking yet. Hold on. I got to catch up on these. Like your thoughts on it. Mainstream media is so short-term reaction, hard to watch a lot of time. But yes, game plan was bad. Yeah, I have obviously a much more deeper video on that, which I would definitely check out about the Packers. I unpacked that a good amount. Jordan Love. That was a big catch. Which coaching vacancy do you think is the best? It should be the Bengals, but they are dead set on wasting Joe Burrow. Yeah. Ooh. I got to think about that for a second. I said Sam Darnold. Yes, I said Sam Darnold's playing like a top quarterback. I said if you didn't know anything about Sam Darnold this year, you would have to say that he's playing as a top quarterback, which is absolutely undeniably true. But I didn't say I'm taking Sam Darnold over Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. I'm a very passionate person, so I speak very passionately. Oh, whoa! They just can't make a play. Even when Sam Darnold's making a play, they can't get it for him. The Vikings defense is falling flat, but ain't no way the Rams defense that good. I don't know. The Rams defense has been pretty good. Sean Payne said he's more interested in drafting and developing players than free agency, which scares me because Bo has to play like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the draft this season to see what they could get. Honestly. I'm definitely not a draft expert by any stretch of the imagination. I can't tell you which corner I think is going to be good or which interior line. Oh. He had Naylor. Let's see this. Oh, Wee's wide open, and he throws it behind him. putting rings aside, stats somewhat, who is the best quarterback in the league overall, not this season? Put me on the spot. I'm going to cop out, say it's a 3-way tie between Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Josh Allen. Do the Vikings have a chance? Right now, doesn't feel like they have a chance. Doesn't feel like they have a chance. That miss was definitely on Sam Darnold. No denying that. Do you have picks for the weekend games that are set? Lions, Chiefs, Ravens for me. I'm definitely going with the Chiefs. I can't decide between the Ravens and the Bills. I think the Ravens have the better team. I think this would be more in theory the Ravens game to lose, but I can't, I can't shock that the Bills. I mean, I'm not gonna, discount the Bills. I think the Bills are there. But I think the Ravens are playing arguably the best football right now. But at the same time, the Ravens, you got to be fair who they beat these last 3-4 weeks, playoffs included. The Steelers multiple times, the Texans, especially as the Texans were decimated with injuries, and who else they played? The Giants. So it's the question mark is kind of are they just beating up on bad teams? And kind of similar thing with the Bills. The Bills kind of, it's we haven't seen a lot of all the playoff teams right now playing great teams at the end of the season. So it's it's kind of hard. And then you're relying on a week 13 game to give you a frame of reference of who is this? Who is this? So theoretically right now, probably the Commanders have played probably the best team. If you think about it, they've probably played the best team recently out of all the other teams right now. I mean, I have to think about that a little bit more. And they won. It's what do you make of the Lions' victory over the Vikings when this is how the Vikings are playing versus the Rams right now? You know what I'm saying? I mean, who cares what the Eagles did against the Giants? And the Eagles beat the Packers, and the Packers were, they threw in the towel. So it's what is that? And Sam Darnold is definitely losing money right now. I agree with that. I hope the Broncos can support Bo going into next season, but they still have the dead cap money to deal with. The Vikings just don't look ready to play at all. Offensive and defense. That was a big boy tackle. I'm not rooting for any team here, but I'm hoping there could be a fumble and a return for a touchdown. I just want this to be competitive. I really thought at the very least this game would be competitive no matter who wins. Bills were missing their top 3 defensive players in the September game, along with Allen getting used to a new receiving core that could not get open and bad trick play. That was a bad trick play. Bills developed your thought. Bills developed your thoughts. Are you asking me my thoughts? Is that what you're saying? Are you a Chiefs fan? But if they don't three-peat, then you want the Bills to win? They need to stop here. And first down. Yeah, that's why I think when you're talking about rematches, I think it's impossible because I think the Ravens are a completely different team, and I think the Bills are a completely different team right now. And John Middlecoff talked about this that people always think that, when you play a game in the regular season, then you play in the playoffs, people think that it's just going to be the same game 2.0. And he's like, it's just never like that. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. Oh, they're just too late. Like, that's what's happening to the Vikings. They were just about to just demolish Stafford. I think he still did get demolished. Stafford still able to make the throw. Big catch. And a 13-yard completion. Just a second too late. Matthew Stafford's elite. Matthew Stafford would truly, if Matthew Stafford didn't waste his whole career in Detroit, he's obviously special. The hardest part about evaluating Matthew Stafford right now is just that he's an older quarterback. All right, well, now I got an interesting question. If your team can't win it this year, what team do you want to win? Like, if you're a Ravens fan or a Chiefs fan or a Bills fan, Eagles fan, whatever, if your team doesn't win, who do you think, who would you like to see win? Thank you, Lucas. Thank you so much. Seriously. Honestly, guys, it means so much. I really, really, really can't emphasize that enough. As Cup just made an unbelievable catch. I'm getting behind now. Hold on. I got to catch it back up. I'm a Vikings fan and I want the Ravens to win. Lamar deserves it, in my opinion. If he had wheels, he'd be a bicycle too. Man, just stop talking nonsense. You're just mad he's not on your team. The Matthew Stafford Jared Goff trade was the best for both of these careers. True. Lions Ravens fan might verse them, but if we lose early than the Lions, and Detroit. I'm an Eagles fan, but Rams, I have a lot of respect for Stafford and McVay. Oh, good answers. The Rams, I'm an Eagles fan. I like their whole team. Thank you, Shady. As a Broncos fan, the Bills are really good. Yesterday was a slow, painful day. Yeah, that's true. I'm a Chiefs fan. Would love the 3P, but it irks me. But it irks me. But it irks me. But I wouldn't mind the Bills. Oh, okay, I see. Josh plays his behind off against the Chiefs every time we play, but the defense and the special teams let him down. Yeah, the truth is, right now, I I'd love to see. I mean, listen, it doesn't feel like the Vikings have any chance right now. Um, Honestly, I would be thrilled. Again, I'm not a Chiefs hater, but I think like if me all any of these other teams winning would be more interesting to me because I think it if the Lions win, if the Commanders win, I think every team but the Eagles and the Chiefs winning any team but the Chiefs and the Eagles winning would give us, and maybe the Rams, honestly, would give us the most interesting offseason and would give us so much more fun stuff to talk about leading into the next year. The Lions win, that's going to be massive. If the Bills or the Ravens win, everyone's going to be talking about Lamar Jackson. Is he the GOAT now? Like, I really think those will be the real conversations. If Josh Allen wins the Super Bowl, like, everyone's going to be talking about that. Josh Allen, is he better than Mahomes? Like, it just makes more interesting conversations. If the Eagles win, I think the city of Philadelphia is going to be wild and they'll be happy. But I don't know. No one's having the conversations about Jalen Hurts and Sirianni. Like, I just think they'll be like, that's a great team win and, you know, a testament to their franchise. But I don't think it would be that. And it's the same thing, I guess, with, you know, I forget what else the other team that I was going to say. Oh, and that's also kind of the Rams and Stafford win. Yeah, I don't know. The Rams are not popular enough of a team, honestly, to like really have all the conversations in the offseason really be centered around it. Thank you, Shady. Thank you. And I say that with respect. McVay has never beat Sirianni, but I think they got something special there. A lot of young dudes. It's true. It's absolutely true. Well, McVay's special. No doubt about that. Are you talking about Sam Darnold right now? What's going to be the talk if Mahomes wins his third? I think it's going to be the same conversations that we've been having for these last couple of years. That's why I think if the Eagles win, the Chiefs win, and probably the Rams win, you're just going to have some of the same. Like, first off, if the Rams win the Super Bowl, I don't know how much talk there's really going to be. Like, again, they'll talk about Stafford and McVay, but like the Rams are they're not popular enough team. That's why no one really, think about it. The herd, first things first, like there's not a ton of content surrounding them because they don't move the needle enough. There's more talk about the Dallas Cowboys during a losing season. The Philadelphia Eagles, they're a wildly popular team, but it's definitely very specific to the fan bases. And I don't know if the story, like, I don't think all offseason they'll be talking about, like, can the Eagles start a dynasty? Is this the run for the Eagles? I think if the Ravens win, it's going to be like, is this Lamar Jackson's run now? And is Lamar Jackson now, you know, the best quarterback in the NFL over Mahomes? And if Josh Allen wins, I think it's the exact same thing. I think either if Josh Allen or Lamar wins, it's the same type of conversations that we'd have. I mean, different conversations, but the same type of conversation for both those quarterbacks. And the Lions just have, you know, one of the more intense stories behind them because of their franchise has been starved forever. And they have all of that momentum. Oh, this defense is just, you know, done. Yeah, you did. You started a battle right now. No one's even listening to me talk. They're just going back and forth. Bills deserve it the most considering their fan base lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. Yeah. I think if the Bills win, yeah, you have that story. Should the Steelers get rid of Tomlin? I think it all depends on what are they doing at the quarterback position. Oh, that was another team that could maybe use a quarterback technically. They got him. The game's changing. Just wait. The game's changing. I was going to say Stafford. I was going to say Amari Cooper. Sam Darnold is about to lead the team to a comeback win. Does him, Sean Brandon, I meant to, no offense. Hold on. It's funny because you know you just talking nonsense. What am I talking nonsense about? Nothing I said was even remotely nonsense. Does the media opinion on a player or team change how you feel about them? What do you mean by that? Can you expand on that? Oh, they're still in field goal range. Got it. Steelers should absolutely get rid of Tomlin. Make the playoffs is not a good. Well, I've always said that about the Steelers, that the whole never had a losing season means nothing to me. It really means nothing to me. I had that conversation with an Eagles fan when they were talking about Sirianni, and they were like, he won 14 games. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. They're not the Dallas Cowboys. The Eagles are trying to win playoff games and get to the NFC Championship game and Super Bowls. Like, they don't hang their hat on just having a good regular season. Yeah, this is not good for Flores either, technically, but I don't know. I don't know how much stake, how much weight you put in just a single game, even though it's obviously a big game. Oh, I thought you were saying I was talking nonsense. I was like, I'm not saying anything crazy. I think what I'm saying is actually pretty grounded in terms of the narratives that will happen in the offseason. Yeah, if the Bills win the Super Bowl, that would be an awesome story as well. That and the Lions. That's why they have the story narrative behind them. The Ravens don't have the narrative, but Lamar Jackson individually has the narrative. The Eagles have the massive fan base. The Commanders, again, that would be rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels. That would be massive. And also new ownership. Like, I think you have the narrative from both Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Like Nick saying Caleb going to the Super Bowl as a rookie or especially from the Chiefs. Does that change my perspective? No. I think if someone's opinion who I really, really value in terms of I think that they're giving honest takes will change my opinion. Like, that's why I like to listen to these guys. I'll have a certain take. And, if I say, oh, I think this team is really good, and Dan Orlovsky says, man, this team is not good, that will give me pause. I'll be like, okay, let me take a look at this more deeply. Or, or in a different direction. When Nick has admitted that he's like, a hot take artist, that he tries to like, he apparently on Colin Cowherd's podcast, he's admitted that he says things that he doesn't believe. So yeah, I mean, honestly, when Nick said that he thought that the Bears were going to the Super Bowl, I came into the season thinking that the Bears would be good and that they could make the playoffs. But when he said that they could make the Super Bowl, I was kind of like, oh, is this what he really sees? Does he just have the courage to, no worries, Mega. I love it. I love the back and forth. But it made me think, like, does Nick just have the courage to go for it? And it's just nonsense. Thank you, Lucas. Have fun at work. If it's a job that you can have fun at. If this Rams team shows up and Philly Eagles are in trouble, I don't know. The Eagles obviously have way more experience and composure. And the Eagles will be at home, remember. And it's going to be cold and outside. And the Eagles have extra rest. Jaden Daniels has a lot of haters, and I don't know why. Jaden Daniels is the first quarterback that I've seen start to finish. Him and Bo Nix. And I guess technically Caleb. That people just from the jump start hating. Like, I understand why, because I only started making videos since last December. Sam Darnold letting it rip. A lot of contact. No flag. I got to see a replay. I don't know. Oh, he's pulling him. Yeah. I think that's fair. Big first down. They score here. It'll be 27-10. 17 with maybe 3 minutes left in the third and the whole fourth. Nick started in local radio in KC. I've met him several times. He believes everything he says, even ridiculous things. He does own when he's wrong. No, I'm telling you, Sean, he's admitted it on Colin's podcast. And Colin had to be like, apparently squash him. Well, thank you, Nigel. I appreciate it. I do try my best. Thank you, Shady. Man, hold on. This is... I get it. Oh, this defense is rocking. All right, hold on. The thing that bothers me most about Jaden Daniels is Radler, Caleb, and Penix all had him beat. And if they did, the narrative is different, but he's good. The thing about me most about Jaden Daniels is Radler, Caleb, and Penix all had him beat. And if they did, the narrative is different, but he's good. Wait, what do you mean by that? I'm a little confused. Thank you, Super Billy. Thank you so much, Super Billy. Thank you, everyone who's now tipping. Like, again, it's hard for me to keep up in the chat, so things are getting a little distracted. So, thank you. I know I keep saying this, but I really can't thank you all enough. It honestly means so much. I'm trying to like watch the game, comment on the game, read the chats. This stuff's hard, man. Let me how do I get back to here? Sean Brennan said, Nick is also in the entertainment business. He's definitely in the entertainment business. Julian, are you named after John Lennon's son? I am not. John Connor, are you gonna save us from the, Judgment Day? Oh, big catch! Score a touchdown! Vikings are gonna win this game, baby. They are coming back. Let's go. One dude laughed loud. Well, that proves it. Thoughts on the Fox Sport? Oh, I'm not touching that, man. Honestly, I'm not touching that. Thank you. I'm not going to say your name out loud because... Thank you so much. Because I don't know how to say your name out loud without everyone yelling at me. Thank you, Rock Out. One of the best things that I called on the Jaden Daniels thing is that I said that he was going to lack media attention. And I was like, I know it. He's going to lack media attention. He's going to lack media attention. Today, Colin Cowherd didn't talk about Jaden Daniels until 5 minutes left in the show. I don't know why they're going for 2 points. Just get the field goal, get the momentum, get the victory. And then on First Things First, they didn't talk about it until an hour in, until the second hour. And again, if it was Caleb Williams, they open that show with it. Both shows. They open it. Maybe I'll just say kid. Well, the donation streak is awesome. Thank you, Kaylee. This is the most I've ever had, ever. So this is crazy. Kaylee Sanchez, I appreciate it. Jaden Daniels is a real one. There's no denying that. I always want to know when I talk to people if it's ever their real name or their real profile pictures. Vikings now are down by 3 scores. That's right. And you still got the whole fourth. Let's go, baby. I gotta catch back up. Thanks for not commenting on the controversy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Super Billy. I'd like to stay away from that. I just made the video talking about that actually on my cursing video. To try to like stay away from all that. This is like a bubble. What was I gonna say? I had something else to say. I think maybe it was about Nick Wright. Some of the things that he says. I don't remember. I'm a Mahomes fan too. I know people really find that people really find it hard for me, hard to find that to be true. Where am I at here? What's weird, some users I can't like reply directly to. Oh my god. Why is this happening? Okay, there we go. We good. I'm not Nick Wright, laugh loud. You put Mahomes 4-1. Sam Darnold is either missing his receivers completely or thrown behind them. And they have to make amazing catches. Julian, you're going to have to convince the crowd that you don't hate Mahomes. I don't know if I'll ever be able to successfully do that. One day I'll just show my voice note. My not my voice note, that doesn't make sense. The notes app thing. Like I said earlier, it would bother me about the 3-peat, but I would totally respect Josh Allen's growth, but I would hate Bill's Mafia anytime you give away a superstar and still shine. I gotta respect it. Yeah, I honestly, there's so many different stories, so many different narratives that I think would be so awesome. No, I'm fine with it, kid. It's because saying it because of AI and algorithms and other people. It's people try to get you to say things that you're not supposed to say, so they get you in trouble. That's a common thing that happens. So that's why I've had conversations with people in the comment section, and then like a comment will get like reported, and it's like I didn't say anything wrong, but like where I was obviously being sarcastic or something. So I always try to be real careful, no matter what. Oh, he's letting it rip. Oh, good defense. Maybe been a drop. Thank you, Super Billy. And yeah, I would be worried about Jaden Daniels. Like I said, that should be the Lions game. I mean, they obviously have the momentum. They're obviously technically the better team. They're at home. They have the momentum. I mean, I guess both teams kind of have the momentum. The real question is can the defense stop Jaden? Because you're not going to be able to just. Wait, Jaden or Bo Nix had 3 fractures in his spine? I did not know that. You also didn't say something ridiculous about Alan. Laugh loud. Relax, dude. Oh, you're talking about other people now. This is a big one. They're only 2 for 7 on third down. They have 27 points. And they got him down. All right, if they score here, it'll be 27-16. Poor Bo Nix. I hope he makes a full and speedy recovery. I feel like I was still supposed to answer comments. Wow. Coffin corner. Let me see here. Their guys are still fighting over Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Lamar Jackson. So that's what I'm saying, man. Those conversations, they get so heated. Yeah, he said today he finished the season with a type of fracture in the Browns game. Man, that's a fracture like that. That's rough. Do you guys still consume a lot of football content in the off season? Would you say here's an interesting question. Shows like First Things First and The Herd, all the usual shows. Would you say that you watch them less after the football season? After your team loses and your team's done, like if you're a Lions fan and they lose, or Commanders or whatever, would you say that you now like watch that content less? Bobby? Dang it, Bobby. That's my Hank Hill impression. Dang it, Bobby. Yeah, I'm the same way, Philly. You watch them more after the season? That's interesting. More because I have no sports to watch and keep me entertained. That's interesting. Interesting. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because like I said before, I have the basketball channel that I have the JWL hoops. And I actually want to start another channel. But non-sports related. Like a sports I have like a pseudo movie channel. But now they got Warren G up there now. Regulate? Is that the song Regulate? I'd love to start another YouTube channel that doesn't involve really heated debates where everyone fights. Where we all can just like hold hands. Yeah, movie react channel. Well, I started off with just reviews. I'd like to do like actual watch the movies, but you can't obviously watch the whole movie. And so you need to have another you need to have like another thing. But I have a movie channel, JWL Reviews, but that's like a slow moving channel. Because I don't really know what it is. But I just have that and JWL Hoops. I just love creating this stuff and doing this. But sports is obviously my thing. I did not think this game was going to go this way. They can score in the next minute and 40. Next minute. It'll be 27-16. 11-point game. 2 scores. Going into the 4th. There'd be a chance, man. There'd be a chance. PGA, like golf, you're saying? Oh, see, I'm all about... I don't mind the made-up debates. The thought experiments. The... If we move this quarterback to this team, this coach, I don't mind that. But you mean like the movie reaction where they show like a 5-second clip of the movie and then it shows like another 5-second clip of the movie? You mean like that style? Well, so that's what I get tired of in the offseason. The constant debates if it's just between Lamar, Allen, and Mahomes. That's why I think like a Jared Goff winning a Super Bowl, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, like it's someone else, it just maybe would add a little bit more like juice to it. Yeah, I don't. That's why I don't think they should have done the 2-point conversion, honestly. I like the Herd better personally because I like Colin the most. Colin's my favorite out of anyone out there because he's the most chill. I don't think he does hot takes. Like some people think that he, says things for views, whatever. I don't. I think he says what he means. I think he's pretty grounded. He's chill. He's easy to listen to. Like he doesn't get all excited and intense, and like I get excited. Obviously I'm that type of person. It's very authentic and just me. But what was I gonna say? Like that's why it's just a more chill show in the background. It's definitely like more of like a chill have on the background show. So that's my favorite. And Colin's mind works a lot like mine in a lot of ways. And again, I obviously I love First Things First. I watch it, but I'm not super big in all of the theatrics. That's just me personally. I get why people like it. It's just not me personally. I don't like the banners, Brew putting his feet up and the soda pop and that's just not me. I don't mind it, and sometimes you need that type of stuff, and I'm kind of boring. So like sometimes you need to force that type of content. I'm like, all right, it makes me smile, but it's just like it's not where my mind goes to. But I'm not like anti it, obviously either. I think the one thing that's getting old that I found myself kind of getting tired with was the Mahomes Mountain, and because like not enough changes. I really think it would be more fun if it was just 100% this season. Because then it would be fun to bring like Sam Darnold up, drop Sam Darnold, have Mahomes drop, have Josh Allen, then it actually is more fun. And if it just was like, we don't care about Super Bowls, we don't care about what happened last season, we're just talking about this season 100%, nothing else, that's more fun. Then people are constantly rising and falling. You could have Jaden Daniels at the top one week, just makes it more interesting. I do not hate Dak Prescott. So you think the Rams are an easier matchup than the Vikings? Let's see. Vikings scoring, man, right here. Look at that. He's ripping off a run. Whoa! Ooh, that's a late hit. That is a late hit. The comeback starts now, baby. It will never happen. He's friends with the Chiefs. Who's friends with the Chiefs? The breakfast breakfast ball or something. Well, that's why I said to the Eagles, having the Commanders on the other side is better. And I said that. I said, then you don't have to face the Lions or the Commanders in the end, until the NFC Championship game. Eagles fans made fun of me for that take, and then the Commanders went and beat the Bucks, and it's like, The Commanders are a little bit more fearful, obviously because I think Jaden's special, but also because like they are just kind of like, hey man, we got nothing to lose, let's go. Those teams can always be scary. What did the team accomplish before Mahomes? Oh my God. I like Breakfast Ball. It's to me. I've only watched a few clips of Breakfast Ball. Because aren't all three of them all like really big fans of something? Like that's the thing. Obviously, Mark Schlereth is Broncos. Carton or whatever his name is Jets. And what's the other guy? Danny something. He's Bears. Who are your top 5 favorite QBs? Don't add Allen, Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow. That's a good one. I like that. Because we already know those quarterbacks. Top 5. I'm not doing it in order right now. And I'm going to miss someone. So when I leave people out, you got to say the names. And I'll be like, oh, yeah. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. Yeah, they are best friends. I think they work together or something. I don't remember. I think they both came up in radio together. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. I need to look at a list of quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix. Help me out. What are the other quarterbacks out here right now? Because I try to think about like if I was starting a career. Where do you think Shador is going? I have no idea. I'm not 100% sold on Shador personally. Not that I think he's going to be bad, but I have some questions. When you see the quarterbacks who have such early success, you can see such a deep maturity and work ethic and how grown up and humble they are. And I have slight, definitely not Daniel Jones. Oh yeah, CJ Stroud. We got Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Goff, Hurts, Dak, Purdy, Stafford. Thank you. Stafford is a tough one. I think Stafford is a legit elite quarterback. I think he's special, but I think he's just at the end of his career. And so I just don't know if he can consistently. I'm on the record saying that if Matthew Stafford went to the Rams when he was like 25, 26, 27, he would be an absolute top elite. He would essentially be like Joe Burrow, but on a good team. I mean, make no mistake about it. Stafford is special. But it's just hard for me to put Stafford up right now because he is old. Isn't he like 35 or 30? I mean, like he's, the dude's got like 4 grown daughters almost at this point. Oh! So that's a tough one. Yeah, but then again, Jaden can overcome that because Jaden Daniels' leadership, his personality, like, I'm not trying to judge Shador Sanders too much based off of such limited information, but it's just, I don't know. I am more like Colin in that regard where the hat forward type guys, like, I do think that Rodgers, you got Goff. That's a hard question, man. I would say right now my favorite the true Lamars and the Josh Allens and the Mahomeses, I would say right now is Jaden Daniels. I do admit I am concerned about his size. I do think he needs to take care of his body. I do think he needs to not take hits. But I think he really is special. And he's also just really fun to watch. Oh, yeah. I think Cliff Kingsbury was completely scapegoated in Arizona. Marcus Mariota stepping up. That was crazy last night. They had 3 Heisman Trophy quarterbacks in the game at one time. Wild. Right, so Stafford's going to be 37. And he does not look like a guy that takes care of his body in the ways that we know Tom Brady and LeBron and all those guys did. Like, he is just a straight up dad who plays quarterback. Oh, I've definitely seen that. Did he do that again today? One playoff win in 30 years before Mahomes. Ugh. They got to get a touchdown. Like, right now. Listen, I don't think they're really necessarily coming back, but if they get a touchdown, like, it's still going to get interesting. As a Broncos fan, I like Jaden, but the Commanders fans are insufferable. Dude, the reality is, I'm going to be honest, the reality is all fans are rough, man. It really is. Fans make the world go round, but fans are crazy. Like, are you kidding me? Like, the Commanders are a perfect example. And this is for any fan base. I'm making all these Commanders videos saying, oh, this is great. Jaden Daniels, great. And I'm like, oh, I think they're going to win this game. I think they're going to win that game. And then I made the video going up against the Baltimore Ravens. Wow, he takes another sack. And I'm like, this is going to be a really tough game. I don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to be able to overcome this, the Ravens, etc. And everyone's like, what are you talking about? You keep doubting Jaden Daniels. And then I have to be like, dude, like, watch my earlier videos, man. I've been saying nothing but positives about Jaden Daniels. Just because I don't think that they're going to beat the Ravens means now that I doubt them. And they lost to the Ravens. Oh, now they got a punt. 4th and 21, 27-9. I mean, they can't even special teams it right now. Oh, did it go out of bounds? No, in the end zone. Interesting about the Bills versus Ravens first matchup is the Bills were missing both their starting linebackers. Yeah, and I just think both those teams are so different now, both the Bills and the Ravens. I think both teams are playing very differently. We are insufferable because we had Dan Snyder for decades. Kaylee, is your name actual Kaylee? Is your name actually Kaylee? We shouldn't be surprised because Sean McVay and the Rams got championship pedigree. They definitely do. Nick Wright may play James Harden playoff footage soon, Julian. For who? Oh, that was definitely a face mask. What am I about to say? Well, first off, LA people got to deal with crazy traffic as well. So I don't know if you could just blame traffic. And same thing with New York traffic. The Rams are so sneakily good. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised. Wait, what else was I going to say? When are you going to react to the facility? I don't know, man. Facility seems to be a little bit. Things are happening, man. I don't know if I want to touch. I don't know if I'm going to touch Acho. I don't know. I think I'm going to keep my distance a little bit. A little bit. I think it's a lose-lose for both the Ravens and the Bills. Any team that loses to that team is going to be like, it'll get intense. Well, my issue with the Commanders fans is that any positive thing about any quarterback in that class, they instantly say Jaden is better. It's like, okay, we get it. Let us in. Let us enjoy our Christmas. Yeah, I don't know. I watched. That's again. This is the cool thing about having. I'm not touching that comment. Dude, I did that before with Paul Pierce talking football, and it was who was the other one that used to appear on that show too, and I was just like, what is this right now? Back when it was just like speaker, not or whatever it was. Oh no, it was Undisputed, and then you also have what's his face, taught him having basketball takes. Skip, Keyshawn Johnson. Um, what was I about to say though? Who do you think the hardest quarterback is to evaluate in terms of how good I think they are? Oh, but what I was going to say was about the Commanders fans. I saw that whole back and forth between the Commanders fans and the Chicago Bears fans, and that was fascinating, especially leading up to that game. That was fascinating. Listen, this was not a good game for Sam Darnold. I still am not going to say that it's pumpkin mode. I'm interested to see what Colin has to say actually, and John Middlecoff. This game I think has I think this game's been over. This game was over from the jump, which is a shame. I really thought this was going to be way more interesting. Caleb has got to be hard to evaluate given that the coaching and the teams are. Yeah. The loud minority Commanders fans are like that. The majority are hoping they wake up and isn't a dream. We've been disappointed for years, way before I was born. Well, was this the first playoff win you ever saw, Kaylee? Vikings starting the rookie next year. Well, after a game like this, it definitely does that, John. What do you think? What do you do? What do Vikings do with Darnold contract? I don't know. After this game, I really don't know. I was wrong on Jaden Daniels. I thought there was zero chance Jaden Daniels would be better than Caleb. Oh, really? I just also knew that Jaden Daniels was going to a significantly better situation. I believe in Cliff Kingsbury. And I knew even when he got fired, I was like, he was not the problem. You were 4? That's a long time ago. It was like Lions fans who had their first playoff win. It was over 30 years ago at the time. Sam Darnold is definitely losing money. No one can deny that here. But when Bo got Rookie of the Year hype, they couldn't wait. Yeah. I definitely think Commanders fans are probably going to be a bit more. I don't know. I got to think about that. Not just this game and the last game in Detroit. I'm listening to Troy Aikman. Yeah, he's pretty much saying, having a good regular season means essentially nothing. Can you guys hear me and see me? I'm having problems with my chat. Oh, okay, good, thank you. I just can't see now. Oh, okay, no, I fixed it. We're good now. Okay. Because my thing just completely crashed. Oh, I will be reacting to it. Yeah, honestly, in terms of the Vikings and what happens, I don't know, man. I got to really think about it. Did my opinion on Russell Wilson change? You know, it's so interesting. Everybody was ripping him for that game. Have they actually been showing Daniel Jones? Everyone was kind of ripping Russ for the Steelers game, like John Middlecoff and, Colin and stuff. And I don't think he was fundamentally a problem for that Steelers team, honestly. He wasn't the answer either, but he wasn't the problem. He wasn't the problem either. He actually played pretty well considering what they were asking him to do. So I'm not really sure. I think the only upsets that are left in the NFL right now that would be considered like a true upset would be Jaden Daniels versus the Lions and the Texans versus the Chiefs. I think if the Rams beat the Eagles or obviously the Bills, the Ravens, like, I don't know if those would be considered like true upsets at this point. Well, their defense was definitely not good enough, but their offense also just had nothing going on. That's exactly right. It's just when you have teams that have Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, just look at what even Jaden Daniels did against the Buccaneers. Like, that offense had some hype, had some energy, had some creativity. The Eagles are just stacked. The Lions are obviously stacked and have creativity. Yeah, the Rams Eagles, I mean, obviously that's going to be the matchup. That's going to be interesting. Last game was in LA, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't think they're going to be 7 points. The Packers were 4.5. Is Derrick Henry eligible? Are you talking about Derrick Henry? I don't think Baker choked, no. Given how the Eagles did against the Rams in the regular season and they'd be playing at home, Eagles' loss would be an upset. Yeah, I guess when I think of upset, I say upset in terms of like, oh my God. Like, I don't look at it as just like underdog or anything like that. I look at it as where it's just like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, no one could see that coming. I promise you a lot of people are going to be picking the Rams to win this game against the Eagles. I think more people will favor the Eagles, but also a couple of the Rams players were banged up throughout this game, which I have not been able to keep track of, obviously, because of everything that's going on here. So I got to see that update. Eagles are going to run all over the Rams. They did last time. It is always interesting when you get a rematch, though, because there's a lot of overthink. It's just, I don't know. It's going to be fascinating more than anything between Sean McVay and Fangio. That's what I'm interested in seeing. Yeah, that's a tough one for the Vikings too, because what if the Vikings played the Buccaneers? Do they win this game? Great chance they do. What if they played the Packers? What if they had the first round bye? Now they just have to play the Commanders, at home. It's a tough one. He's laughing at Sam Darnold. Well, I think considering how much they blitzed, considering how much the Rams just blitzed and just attacked, I'm interested to see that because obviously the Eagles have a mobile quarterback and have an awesome O-line. So I'm curious to see if they try to bring that pressure. Because the Packers brought a decent amount of pressure for Jalen, and people think, that worked well. Yeah, man, I've been live. Thank you. Well, that he does on purpose. That he absolutely undeniably does part of his brand. And he knows it. He knows it. Oh, the Packers offense was certainly lacking. You can say that right. What in the world? The Rams defense drank prune juice? What does that mean? No, the defense for the Packers was really good. They had the Eagles receivers locked up. Do you think Saquon should have taken it to the house for the touchdown? Or maybe more yards and then slide down? Yeah, I wonder how some of the players feel about that type of stuff, honestly. First down, baby. That's what Sam Darnold does. He gets those first downs, laying his body on the line. So I think someone alluded to that before. Lamar Jackson actually had like a real legit beef with Lamar where they made fun of each other. I didn't know that. Will I be defending Sam Darnold tomorrow? I really don't know. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This was a weird game because I'm watching it and I'm obviously talking to y'all. Um, well, I'm really, really sorry to hear about your brother, man. I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate the back and forth, but I'm really, really sorry to hear about your brother. That's definitely can't be easy. I remember one of the first comments you left me was, "Your channel's awful. What are you doing?" I don't know if the Vikings are the worst 14-3 team. Are you saying that because you want the Vikings to keep Sam Darnold because you think it benefits the Lions? Sam Darnold got exposed. But has my opinion changed on Brock Purdy? No. Sam Darnold, honestly, this whole thing with Sam, like I said, I still think that there's something to Sam. Oh, I mean, he is just being in. I mean, like they're coming after him. He's had how many sacks is that now? It's 8 sacks. This is absolutely this is obviously not a great game from Sam, but this is what I did with my Patrick Mahomes example when he had no O-line in the Super Bowl, and I showed you how bad Patrick Mahomes played. And that's the Patrick Mahomes, who, again, I think Patrick Mahomes is unbelievably great. I think he's special. I think he's, and look what he did against when he was being just pressured nonstop. And so I really think, like, this is tied for the most in playoff games since 1982. 7 players with 0.5 sacks. And, what's giving me pause for that is Troy Aikman's kind of like, you just got to do it, man. You just got to throw the ball. You got to get rid of it. You can't hold on to the ball. And I get that, but I don't know. This is obviously a bad game. Obviously not a good game by no stretch of the imagination. And I'm not defending it. I'm not going to defend it as hard as I did Justin Herbert. But yeah, I don't know. This is where I really want to listen to what other people have to say. Yeah, but whether your O-line is injured or not, like if they're just being beat, and his O-line is injured too. And I think that's also a great point. The Rams are definitely better. And that's what I've been trying to say all season. The Rams have always been hard to really evaluate because so many of their early losses were when their team was decimated. They had no O-line, no Puka Nacua, no Cooper Kupp. I mean, they had no one. Defensive injuries. Oh. Yeah, that's why I think the Rams versus the Eagles is going to be a competitive game. Sam Darnold needs strong running game. Vikings pass way too much. Well, both Sean McVay and Kevin O'Connell are very pass happy people. Would you rather take 8 sacks or 4 interceptions? 8 sack. I don't know. I don't know. 8 sacks probably. Do you think the last quarterback class will be an all-time great 5 for 5? I don't know. I honestly don't. I think so much of it will depend on health, roster, and who's the coaches for some of these guys. Well, and that's the thing about, making excuses for one quarterback or not. I try to be consistent. I think when you verbalize and make as many videos as I do, you're always bound to have some contradictions and some slip ups like that. But I really do, and so again, like, I think it's fair to just like give pause on this. But this is, I mean, if anything, the story right now is not on the Vikings, it's on the Rams. I mean, the Rams were dead to rights. And now they came out and won a playoff game. And here they are. I mean, they're on the road to Philly. This is the most disappointing playoff game since Bills Bengals. I'm trying to think. Baker Mayfield fans will probably be trolling Sam Darnold. I don't know. Both guys lost. Yeah, I am going to go live. I don't know which game, though. The Bills and the Ravens played the Sunday night game. I don't know if I'll watch that. I don't know. I can't decide. Because that game, it's harder to really lock into the game. And that might be a game that I really just want to like lock in and maybe hit like replay a lot. Baker fans shouldn't troll Sam Darnold fans. They are both in the same boat. I think Baker played really well against the Commanders. I'm very impressed. I thought Baker did a really good job, and that's why I don't blame him or say that he choked with that fumble or anything like that. That's just one of those things, man, that's just like oh yeah, I forgot about that. About the Baker and the Sam Ray. They went it was 1-2 or 1-3. This is a big win for the Rams, man. The Rams have some momentum. That's why I was thinking maybe the Chiefs Texans game because I think that, but then I don't know if how competitive that game. I don't know. I might, maybe I'll stream, but I'll just let everyone know that I'll be very bad at replying to comments. I do think Baker did too. I told you yesterday. I think it was. I appreciate you kept it real, Bigger. Yeah, man. That's why I always try to. Everyone always wants to say that I'm like a hater or that I'm this, that. And I'm like, I'm really not. And that's why that was actually such a great example because if I was, like, I absolutely could have easily made so many videos talking about how Baker choked and didn't play good and he lost a game for them. And it was like, I didn't say that. Yeah, the Vikings just got, I don't know. These last games, these last couple games were just nothing. I mean, seriously, their offense for these last two games has just completely vanished. And that's why I just don't know if I could just drop that all on Sam Darnold. I don't know. I just don't see it. This is a rough one, though. Well, really, when you think about it, the Rams' defense only gave up, what, 20 points, I think? With a bunch of extra possessions, too, with the turnovers. But the one was a scoop fumble for 6. So to give the ball, to only give up 20 points defensively, and then let me see. How many total turnovers were there? Oh, there's only 2 total turnovers, and one of them led to the one interception. I don't know if the interception led to points or not. I don't remember. But I mean, this is crazy. I want to look at the PFF ranking of this. I want to see also how many pressures there were. Well, and that's the thing. I really think the whole team didn't show up. The whole team didn't show up against the Lions either. I mean, even when that game was close against the Lions, it was clear that the Lions were ready to go and the Vikings were not. The most surprising team, good or bad, excluding the Commanders. For me, it's probably the Bucs. A combination between the Bucs and the Falcons. The Falcons, I thought they were going to be better, and the Bucs, I thought they were going to be worse. I think that's really the only thing that I kind of got wrong going into this season. I didn't think that the Bears were going to be as bad as they were. Yeah, the Texans, I hope they can make that game competitive against the Chiefs. I think the Commanders' offense is too good for them to get rolled by the Lions. But I could see the Lions muscling up. The Eagles-Rams game, listen, I think the Eagles either win or they get rolled. Honestly, like I think the either Eagles win or we get a game like this where everyone's just saying, what the heck is wrong with Jalen Hurts? You know, they just can't catch the ball either. I mean, I think the Eagles are the better team and should win, but I see the Eagles as very binary. They're either gonna win, beat the Rams, and it be like obvious that they're the better team, or it's gonna be a game where like nothing's going right for the Eagles, and they're just gonna be like, you know, AJ Brown targeted only one time, you know, and Devontae only targeted twice. What is going on with this offense? Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much for that. That is seriously, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate this. This has been the craziest live I've ever done so far. So honestly, thank you guys. I've only done like 3 of these. Sam Darnold just got sacked again. But guys, I really do appreciate it because I know money, you know, everyone always comes from different financial backgrounds, so I do not take it lightly. Whether it's $1, $20, whatever it is, I really, 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 really appreciate. If there was other words that I could say besides I appreciate it, I really do though. I'm gonna use that money eventually and buy a new computer so I can stream better, more efficiently. He needs to bring the book wherever you go, there you are. That's what book he needs to read. Or he should just bring a Bible or something. Some you know, whatever religion his, you know, whatever his background is, a spiritual text, because then it'll be hard for anyone to say anything about it. If he comes up with, you know, some sort of spiritual text, it'll be harder for people to be like, you can't read that. He'll be like, why not? Well, thank you. I will definitely do more lives. If you guys watch basketball too, I'll do it for basketball as well. Especially during the playoffs. Because that'll be a little bit more chill as well. Lions versus Rams NFC Championship game. That'll be another rematch from last year. I think Eagles Lions would be more fun, honestly. Those are big, mega fan bases. You'll never make me believe Jalen is good. I agree with that about basketball. The playoffs are, but the regular season. I want to see if Stafford says anything to Sam Darnold, or if we're hear any like on the mic. That was quick. He's just like, "Hey man, best of luck to you. Good game." He had like the football like over his head. That's a tough one, man. That is a tough game. The Eagles would get rolled in Detroit. Man, you falling off with Eagles. You think the Rams pulled the upset 21-17? Yeah, I don't think anyone's looking happy right now. No matter who you are. But this is a tough one. I mean, a couple weeks ago, they were all celebrating, dousing Sam Darnold in water, in like a little shower type thing. And then you get rolled 27-9. Yeah, it's going to be depressing for what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, no, the season ending. This has been the coolest season. I mean, this is the first full season that I've done this channel. So this has been amazing. This has been crazy. So I made another video that's posting tomorrow, specifically that is just 100% focused on that I think I did a decent job summing up my thoughts on it. That I'll share here as well. Didn't realize you were doing live reacts now. Yeah, I've only done it a couple times. This is only like my third or fourth live, honestly. The quarterback controversy is over. I don't know. JJ McCarthy. I mean, people are definitely going to be feeling JJ, but I'm curious to see what the conversations have. My other main sports that I watch are hold on. There's a lot of things going on. What other sports do you watch? I want to answer. But then you said Stafford's kid was in the hospital overnight too, so they balked considering everything going on. But I didn't know that. In the hospital for what? But the other main sports that I watch are basketball and actually F1. F1's pretty cool, I'll be honest. Racing, I actually like that. I didn't think I would, but Netflix got me. I watched that show, The Drive to Survive, and it was cool. I liked it too because it was different than traditional sports. And so, I played sports my whole life, and so I could like really relate to sports. Really, watching F1 and racing felt more like I was an outsider looking in, and so it was just like it just kind of seems cool, and I can still apply my own knowledge of sports to like what I'm watching, and I find that honestly I find it pretty fun. But Julian, if the Eagles lose to the Rams, do they trade AJ Brown? Man, that's a fascinating question. The question will be if the Eagles lose, will AJ Brown want out of Philly? But I don't know. They just gave him so much money. Yeah, I'm gonna unpack my opinion more in a second in terms of the AJ Brown. I'm trying to get caught up in the comments. So you feel like the Sixers have given up on Nick Nurse? Man, that team is just a mess. I think the 76ers are truly, truly poorly run team. And they have been for years and years and years. The biggest problem with F1 is that it's so financially driven. So all the wealthy teams just continue to be really good and they get to stay ahead of all the other teams. They need to make it so it's more equal. Then the drivers could really have more of an impact. Um, oh, okay. Well, that's good at least that she's okay. He's got the cutest daughters, man. He's got like 4 or 5 daughters. Like they're all like that one video where she's like, "Don't get hurt, daddy." Like that was like I was like, "Oh man." It was like right before the game. She's like, "Good luck. Make sure you don't get hurt." I was like, "This guy." They all look the same. Um but also I know I've said this a couple times since you guys brought up basketball. I do have my basketball channel, JWL Hoops. He did say he wasn't too high on the Vikings. Who, Nick? Nick doesn't always be wrong. He actually hits almost 60% of the time. I don't know. The ones that he gets wrong, he gets wrong. I've never really watched NASCAR Indy. Well, yeah, Justin Jefferson is a very emotional person. So he's obviously going to be upset. And he has every right to be upset in this game. No doubt about it. But my whole thing with AJ Brown and that book thing is that I don't like it. I think it was bad. It's not what a leader does. It's not what you want to be done on your team. I'll give the abbreviated version of it. But I think, I'm very sympathetic to like mental health and all that type of stuff. I used to be a therapist. It's JWL Hoops is the basketball channel. And I think that that again, I used to be a therapist myself. I've struggled with my own mental health and all that type of stuff, which I talk about way more deeply in the video. And I think that if he had a real conversation with whoever is going to ultimately make that decision, whether it's Sirianni or whoever, and he's like, "Listen, man, like I actually really need this book. This reading on the sidelines really helped keep me grounded. It's something that's really important to me. I need this for me." And it's like it's the same thing as someone else drinking some water or getting a heating pad on their thigh. Like I need this. And if it's a real honest, true back and forth conversation, then I'm okay with it. And anything short of that, I think it's wrong. Yeah, I don't have as many videos over there as I do here. I'm going to be doing way more once the football season ends and basketball. Dude, what? Oh my God, what had just happened? Thank you. I don't even know what to say. Dude, thank you so much. I am I don't even know what to say. I really, because it feels like just me saying thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Just feels like such a lame way to respond. I honestly don't. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Thank you thank you for the kind words as well, and then obviously the money. I mean, seriously, thank you so much. Seriously, man, I could be moved to tears right now. Seriously, I feel I wish I had better words for someone who has so many words who I could just talk and talk and talk. Like I'm at a loss right here. So seriously, I just keep saying the same thing. Thank you so much. That was amazing. I am so appreciative. I don't even want to look in the camera. I feel like awkward. I feel like I have to like look away. Like I don't feel like I deserve that. I hope if you gave that, it's because you can. Like I hope that that's like, you know, legit something that's like easy for you to get, because if not, please let me like give it back then or something. Like, but seriously, thank you. Yeah, no, this was awesome. Like I said, I'll definitely go live for another playoff game this weekend without a shadow of a doubt. Unless something crazy happens, I will definitely do it. I just got to figure out which game. Maybe multiple games. I don't know. The problem is like this game, for instance. Look, I don't make this up. I take notes. These are the notes of all the games that just happened this weekend. I was supposed to take notes today for this game. I didn't take a single note. So like that's like the one problem. Like, you know, I'm going to talk about this game. I obviously watched it. I did not watch it as closely. Granted, there was not a lot happening, you know, but that's my concern about doing like the Ravens versus the Bills game or something. The Ravens versus the Bills game. I want to go live for that, but I want to be able to like really be able to lock in and know what I'm watching and take notes, and so I can talk about it. But I don't, you know, so I don't know. Because usually for each game I take, you know, at least a minimum full page of notes, often 2 pages. What makes me different? I mean, because I take notes. Thank you, Nate. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. What was I about to say? This game was shocking in my opinion. I did not see this game like this. I was leaning towards Vikings beating the Rams, but like I really did believe the Rams could do but I thought that the Vikings offense at the minimum was going to be significantly better, and I thought that the defense would be able to like somewhat slow the Rams, and neither of which happened. So I don't know if I could do the Chiefs. The Chiefs versus the Texans would be the easiest game, because I feel as though that game I would have to pay the least amount of attention to. Well, and that's the thing. I never try to claim that I'm always right. I say it all the time. I'm wrong all the time. And that's why I don't like predictions, because I never want to try. I never wanted to try to build anything that I could be like, you know, follow me or subscribe to me or watch my videos because like I'm right. Like that's or I can predict the future. I know exactly what's going to happen. I was like, I can't do that. No one could do that. Yeah, I think it's always cool when people can have debates and have issues, you know, back and forth, or people be like, I don't like you or this or that, and then later on they're like, you know what, actually I like your channel. You know what, even though I disagree with a lot of what you say, I actually enjoy watching or whatever. Like that actually is really cool. That actually always hits. Like again, any because I get a lot of negatives, and I'm not saying that to like garner sympathy or anything like that. Like it's just a reality. And so like when I do get positive comments, it keeps me motivated, it keeps me energized, like, you know, it pumps me up. But I do also like some of the comments that I can get sometimes where people will be like, man, I really didn't like you at first at all, or I thought this concept was stupid or this or that, and they're like, but I really like it, I get it now. And I'm like, that's always kind of cool. You mean when I first used to open? I forget what I would say. I used to have it remembered, and I don't remember now. Welcome to JWL Sports, where we review all the best sports clips around the world. You're probably wondering, why should you watch here? Because over there, they don't care about what you have to say. But here, I do. They think we're a bunch of clowns. We don't know anything. I think we do. So I read every single comment. So whether you agree with me or disagree with me, either way. Sometimes the negativity pumps me up too. Sometimes it motivates me. Back when I only had like a couple hundred subscribers, or even when I just had like 100, people were like, man, you're a clown. No wonder why no one watches you. And I'm like, man, I've only made like 5 videos. Like, what do you want from me? But I can get motivated through both. Do you think this year's playoffs are better than last year's playoffs game so far? I don't know, honestly. I think this year, the Jaden Daniels game was easily, that was easily like insanely exciting. That was probably the most exciting game that I've seen in quite a bit, honestly. But I got to think about what the other playoff games were, because the Eagles-Bucks game, that was a bust. The Packers-Cowboys game it wasn't competitive, obviously, but that game was wild. I mean, that game was wild to me. The way how spectacularly the Cowboys failed was just like insane. You know, that was insane. Well, thank you, day and night. Do you agree with Nick about the 17? No, so that's interesting. I get what Nick is saying, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with it. Well, thank you for wishing that it grows. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe one day I like right now, the way how first of all, I'm going to answer the question, Sean, in a second, but the way how I make these videos, like, man, it is so just held together with duct tape. I know my audio cuts out because it's my computer. I need a better computer. I believe it's my computer. I think my mic is perfectly fine, but my computer overloads. And so it cuts out the mic because my computer's like, we can't, the CPU. And so I need to buy a new computer is honestly what I need to do. But it's just like, it'll be like a, chunk. In some of your videos, the audio cuts out. Right, I read that. Yeah. But I am appreciative. I'm always appreciative when you guys let me know any of the other issues because, I record the videos and try to get it out right away. But the 7 seed, okay. They've mainly been blowouts, and I don't think it's fair. Only one team gets the bye. So I think if anything, what they should do is, I think that they should potentially bring in an 8th seed and give the top 2 teams a bye. Because the problem is I don't want to take away playoff games. Like, that's what I don't want. Because then what would you have? You would have 3 and 8. 3 and 8. 4 and 7. 3 and 6. Is that what it would be like? I can't do that in my head right now. In real time. I think I did that right? 3 and 8. 4 and 7. 3 and 6. Because who technically would be the 8 seeds in the playoffs right now? The Bengals and would it be the Would it be the Falcons? I get that, and that is part of the problem. And I'm not trying to say like all teams should be getting in, but I do get what Nick is saying too. The top seed and the bottom seed playing each other like that, you get some of these rough games. Because right, you would have then 8 division winners and then 4 wild cards. Yeah, well then I think it's fine then to leave the bye all to just the 1 seed. What I don't like about the 1 seed though is that the 1 seed really does set. I mean, think about it. The Chiefs just have to play, and again, the Chiefs deserve it, and the Texans for that matter, or not the Texans, the Lions. Like, you get your bye, you get home field. Dude, thank you. It's not easy to spend so many hours a week. Thank you so much. Again, thank you. Listen, I'm gonna take what you're giving me, and I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it and buy a computer. The moment I have the courage to do that, I am absolutely gonna do that. So, truly, truly, truly thank you. And I will continue to feel awkward because it feels, I don't know. That's just that's my honest reaction to it. I think they are going to do an 18 game season because speaking of money, there's just so much money involved. The money's just massive. I forgot what I was saying. I was too busy marinating in the kindness of other people. Um, I don't have anyone to win at all, honestly. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. I don't know what that does though, in terms of modding people and all that type of stuff. I'm not cool like that. Yeah, in terms of the playoff structure and all of that. First off, 18 games I think will be the future because like I said there's so much money involved, not even just for the games themselves. The games themselves are so much money, but then obviously the ownership and TV rights and all of that and the ticket sales and all that. But it's also just another week for these shows to make content, which is so much money. And the networks and the radio shows, like it's another week of having all of this. And it's just so massive. And so I think that they will. And Colin talks about that, and Colin knows more than me. He actually talks to the people who help make those decisions, who help actually like talk to the other people who make those decisions. So I think it'll go to an 18 game schedule, and maybe then you don't need to change the playoffs, or maybe you can get rid of it or change the bye structure. Maybe that kind of makes it a little bit more competitive. I think with the other problem with the NFL is the final game of the season. You talk about games not being competitive. The final game of the season, 90% of the games didn't matter. I mean, like it didn't matter. The Rams weren't even playing. The Eagles weren't even playing. The Chiefs sat everyone. Like you had all these teams that were like, we're not playing. Doesn't matter. And it's just it's one of those things that I think that becomes more of the problem than anything. So I think injuries absolutely will increase. And then you talk about that they would maybe expand the roster, which would be interesting. And then you get other players in there. So that's an interesting one. Division winner should be guaranteed a home playoff game. It is interesting because you not often not often does that happen though, but it does happen enough where you have the wild card team with a better record and then they're on the road. And because you're in a worse division. Like, like the Vikings here. The Vikings were technically going to be on the road, and yet they were a better team. But the Commanders had a better record than the Bucks, and they were on the road. I don't know if there's if there's an easy way to do it. What makes the divisions fun or that make it matter so much, the divisions that's what makes obviously the divisional games so competitive and so intense. And obviously if you're cheering for an individual team, like then you really do not like those teams in your division. If you de-emphasize that, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as much. Well, I think they'll probably have 2 buys if they go to 18 games. The draft points is an interesting idea, but I don't know if teams really tank. I mean, we saw that this year. You saw the Patriots winning. You saw the Bears winning. You saw the Giants winning. You know what I mean? Like, you did see those teams go for it. Well, strength of schedule is always interesting because, for instance, a lot of teams played the Rams when they were decimated with injuries. And then you beat them, and you're like, well, they beat a playoff team. And it's like, but did you really? The Commanders were a playoff team, but you beat the Commanders week 1 or week 2. Like, it was like, Jane Daniels was a rookie. It was his first game ever. You know, the Denver Broncos, like, you know, so the strength of schedule is also interesting because it's like, well, when did you play this team? And also, the NFL is always so, we always have, the Philadelphia Eagles, in the beginning of the season, were not that great of a team. They clearly took a while to, like, get things going, momentum going. Yeah, the Rams-Eagles game will be a fun game. Well, college is getting more and more popular right now, too. Was there a coach you thought would lose his job and didn't? Was there a coach I thought would lose his job? Sorry, I just heard a crazy noise. I don't know. Let me think about that for 1 second. If you're in the AFC East, trash right now. Facts, Julian would if the Rams beat the Lions in the playoffs. Wait, you think the Rams would beat the Lions right now in the playoffs? Were the Giants not a wild? I thought the Giants were a wild card team the one year. Were they not? Are you concerned about the Rams? No, I think it's gonna be a fun game. I think the Rams obviously look good. Once the Rams got healthy, I was like really high on the Rams, but then they didn't play great, and I was kind of like, well, this goes against what I thought. But then I was like, well, you know, it's gonna take them a second to get reintegrated. Also, Cooper Kupp is obviously not what he once was, but still can do some work. Okay, so this is an interesting one. Zach Taylor. I don't know if Zach Taylor is the problem. He's not the solution either. I just think that they're a terribly run franchise. That is obvious. Again, look at the Philadelphia Eagles. What did they do in the offseason? They signed A.J. Brown, Devontae quietly. No issues. No nothing. And they got Saquon Barkley, right? And they hired coordinators. Like, they made moves that you could say this helps them. And even if it didn't, they still made the moves. They still took chances. They still were aggressive. What did the Bengals do? Nothing. Upset Jamar Chase. Upset T. Higgins. Didn't take care of the run game. You know, like they didn't upgrade on defense. Their defense was awful last year. They're a poorly run team. And so I don't know if I put that all on Zach Taylor. I don't know how great Zach Taylor is or isn't. I'm kind of lukewarm on him, honestly. But another coach who should be fired, maybe. I feel like a lot of the coaches that were fired is what I was expecting. I think the Raiders made the right move. Makes sense for the Patriots, considering that they pretty much have the easy path for Vrabel. I think Raheem Morris, it's okay. I think he should be fair to get another chance. Good night, John. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I think that's fair. But also their defense is awful. And I don't know, is he in charge of acquiring the defensive coordinators and whatnot? And personnel, I don't know how closely he works with the GM. Like, each franchise is different. Like, Sirianni has no control over that. You know, he doesn't. Andy Reid has tremendous control over that. Sean McVay, tremendous control. Shanahan, tremendous control. Or input, I should say. Man, this team was 1-4. Now they're 10-7 or 11-7. Well, so Penix, again, obviously Penix didn't play that much. McCarthy didn't play. And Drake May, you know, I really enjoyed watching him play, but he was on such a mess of a team that it's like there wasn't much to go off of, you know? Penix really impressed me. I've made a few videos about Penix and Atlanta Falcons. Like, he actually played, considering that was only his first few playoff games. I think his lack of mobility concerns me when you see someone like Jaden and you see obviously the evolution of Lamar, Mahomes, and all those. He is definitely way more of a pocket passer that I think you saw hurt him at times. So I'm interested to see how that evolves, as we just even saw in this game right here with Sam Darnold. I think that's a good move for the Patriots. That is a coach that immediately commands respect. People know, he obviously has history with the Patriots. I think that's a great move for the Patriots. Out of all the other coaches that they can get out right now, I think that's the way to go. Well, they definitely messed up the draft and the offseason, that's for sure. Yeah, I think Drake May will be good. He's also so young. Isn't he only 21? Like, he has a couple years in him of where he can just kind of be like, just kind of good. Like, it's not like, we always think that, oh, okay, second year or whatever, like they ought to immediately be elite or special. And it's like, that's not always the case. Oh, what city would I like to see get a team, man? I don't know. I almost said a team. I almost said a city that has a team because I was thinking basketball. I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of random states that I've been to that I could be like, this would be nice here. Who coaches Dallas is fascinating. I think Caleb will be significantly better than he obviously looked. I really don't think Caleb is this awful quarterback. I think the Bears are obviously a disaster. And Caleb needs to grow, mature, evolve, but I think he clearly has talent. How special that is, no idea. But he clearly has talent, and I think considering how much of a mess the Bears were, I think he handled it very well. Who coaches in Dallas? I just really I don't know. I can't see it being someone that Jerry Jones. I can't see it being a big home run. I can't see them go after someone where you're like, man, they landed Ben Johnson. Like, I don't know, maybe. I don't know if Ben Johnson wants that. The only way I could see Ben Johnson doing that is if Ben Johnson gets, the bag, and I don't know if Jerry Jones would do that. Man, I hope there's not a team outside of the U.S. I think that's insane. Those international games kind of drive me crazy, honestly. They don't prioritize the fans that are actually here. You're taking away home games from the fans. I don't think that's fair, honestly. I get you're trying to grow it, and I love that this game's international. I had people internationally message me and stuff like that, and I love it. I think that's awesome. But like, I don't know if the NFL can handle that. I don't know. I love that they're bringing in people from London and Berlin and all over, literally all over the world. I think that's awesome. But if you had another team there, I don't know how that works. I don't know enough about international stuff, honestly. So I can't say it for sure. I just think that I don't, that's a lot. Also, depending on where the team is, it could be really far. It's a, I know these guys are flying pretty nice, but it's a lot. You think Kevin O'Connell was the problem here? Thank you, Dubs. I appreciate I appreciate it. Who would you give a coach of the year to? So this is really funny and interesting. I think John Middlecoff was talking about this before, where um, um, what am I trying to say here? Oh, coach of the year. It's often given to a team that's like doesn't have big expectations or doesn't have a lot of, great players or something like that. But then the guys like Andy Reid and Bill Belichick, like they never win. And it's just like, right, because like you could make the argument for so many different. You can make the argument for Andy Reid and what he's been able to do. We're not getting into a whole Andy Reid debate, but it's very impressive to be able to hold this team together with all of the injuries and all of the issues that they've had, and obviously having the best record. But then you can make the argument that it's Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions. But then you could be like, well, hey, this roster is stacked. But then you're like, what about all the injuries and they were overcome? Then you could be like, what about Sean Payton and Bo Nix and a rookie quarterback? What about Harbaugh? That team was a 5-win team. Now they're in the playoffs. Dan Quinn, the Washington Commanders. Like, it's just, I don't know how you decide this. I really don't. You think Kellen Moore will go to the Vikings? I'm interested to see where Ben Johnson goes. Can Tom Brady lure Ben Johnson to the Raiders? Did D'Amico win Coach of the Year last year? John Middlecoff definitely shoots from the hip. I'll give you that. I do like his opinions though, and it's definitely a different energy. Like he's definitely like a lot more aggressive, and he's definitely more like a rough around the edges type guy. But I like that perspective because it's not a perspective that I always get often. I like to just also vary my opinions or vary my like sources of information. Man, I 1000% truly from the bottom of my heart cannot decide on Allen or Lamar as MVP. I really, really can't. I do believe that Lamar has better people around him. And again, having someone like Derrick Henry is the ultimate cheat code, but that doesn't mean that I also take away from a Lamar who's been able to do this season as well. I just wonder, will Josh Allen get it because he wasn't vote? It was Lamar that got all pro. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, the people that Lamar has are obviously better. The whole idea of co-MVP, I don't even know if they'd want it. Seriously, if it was between Lamar, I really wonder if they would even like it. I don't know. You think Kellen Moore is going back to Dallas? Oh, as a head coach, you're saying? That could be. I could see that because then Kellen Moore ends up being his little bit, that's Jerry Jones' baby. He gets to control it, pull the strings. He gets to be the hero, like it's alpha beta. That actually can make a ton of sense. But I think it's okay to change your opinion. I change my opinion all the time. I think being able to change your opinion is what needs to happen. I think executive of the year is Howie, mainly because of the guys he got and the coordinators. I mean, think about the two coordinators, taking care of Devontae, which you don't ever think of it like this way, but taking care of Devontae and AJ in a year when wide receivers were complaining all over the place, from Dallas to Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers. He was able to take care of all that behind the scenes. The draft was obviously unbelievable. What has John changed his opinion week to week what's an example? Thank you so much, Camila. I think that's how you say it, Camila. I appreciate it. I'll be honest. making these videos and doing all this and knowing, seeing that people, watch it and stuff like that is honestly really like a dream come true. Yeah, I don't know. I could see them giving Lamar all pro, but then Josh Allen MVP. Like, I don't know. I do know, though, based on how this all unfolds and based who you see who votes, MVP all pro really just increasingly doesn't matter to me as much. Like, perfect example, Chris Broussard, who I really enjoy. I really, really, really do enjoy him. But I think he's a voter, or at least he was, in the NBA. And like, does it really matter who he thinks is the MVP in the NBA? Or who's, first team or, whatever? Like, you know what I mean? Like, does it actually matter? And so it's too much perception. I think if it was more voted on by the players and coaches themselves, I would care more, I think. But the media has too much impact on it. So, I don't know. I do know that the conversations about who's the MVP were not enjoyable this season. It was just I don't know. I think the way how we had those conversations got messy. At first I was like, "Oh, this is fun. I enjoyed this." And then I was like, "No, I don't like this." I thought it was fun to try to figure out who was the MVP in like week 3 because there's like no answer for that. But then when I saw like it getting really ugly, especially between Lamar Jackson fans and Josh Allen fans, I'm like, I don't like this. I'm like, I don't really like this. What did Cam say about it? Yeah, he definitely wants to trade Tomlin and have him go to. He keeps saying Chicago. Former MVP should vote. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Or something like the immediate Hall of Fame class, or something like the last 5 years of the Hall of Fame. It's like I don't think maybe going too far back because I don't think it matters. But like someone who got in the Hall of Fame in like 1983 matters as much. But like maybe like I think people that are definitely connected. Because when you think about the media voting, man, listen, like I just doubt that majority of the media is really watching all these games. I just don't think they are. I just doubt it. Most of these guys in the media are older. They're like married, have kids, they travel, they do all this other stuff. Like I just don't see it happening. So I think a lot of it is just kind of like made up and there's a lot of biases. I think when you see some of the media people and you actually like see them and you're like, you have power, you have a vote. Like I don't know why you have this power. I don't know why you have this vote. Bills Ravens, baby. It's gonna be a game. Oh, it's all narrative for sure. No denying it. Yeah, I mean, there's just and that's the thing, since MVP is such a narrative based award now, like the media who constructs the narrative? The media. I mean, just the way how even these shows like phrase questions and comment, like it's just, you know, and I don't know. I'm actually fascinated to see if Lamar or Josh Allen gets it. Wait, what about Lamar? Hey, man, we're talking about Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I really think that Jaden Daniels has a legit case for the MVP. I mean, you think about what that team was last year, and then they went to the playoffs and got into, won a playoff game. Man, I think the Eagles-Rams game is going to be a great game. I see it going one of two ways. I see the Eagles either winning very convincingly or the Rams rolling the Eagles because the Eagles just have a game like they had against the Bucks or something. CJ had a great case to win it last year. I mean, especially because they kind of just gave it to Lamar last year. At least that's the way it's seen. So I think Saquon obviously is deserving as well, and I've talked about that. But I think it is tough when you have such a stacked team. And I think the Eagles are stacked. I mean, they obviously are. AJ, Devontae, Dallas. Whether you want to add Jalen in there or not, he's still obviously a dual weapon. I mean, Jaden doesn't really have that. Oh, that makes sense why you like Stafford, because of the Lions. That makes sense now. I don't know. I think a rookie can win MVP. I don't think Jaden's going to, obviously, but well, thank you for your service as a running back. Listen, Saquon is obviously a beast. There's no denying that. You won't get me to say anything. Also, his leadership. Saquon would be considered, if Saquon didn't, just like Matthew Stafford, if he didn't kind of, really struggle, with the Detroit Lions, with sorry to say, any Lions fans in here, they were not good. If Saquon went to Philly in the beginning and didn't have to start his career in New York, it's just completely different. Life is just completely different. Well, I didn't have a hot take about this game. I thought Josh was going to win. And then all pro was Lamar. So it's just like, I don't know. Do you think Mahomes should deserve any votes for MVP? Well, yeah, man. If a rookie does that, how could you not give it to him? Listen, we're going to have a rookie quarterback who does that one day. I am very that's why anytime people talk about these records or this or that, no one saw LeBron coming. No one saw Tom Brady coming. No one saw Mahomes coming. No one saw Josh Lamar. No one ever sees any of these guys coming. And so I'm confident that we are going to get a quarterback who's going to be like, built like LeBron James, a brain like Tom Brady, the poise of Mahomes, the heart of Allen and the athleticism of Lamar. Like, it's going to happen. 15 years from now, 20 years from now, next year, I don't know when, but it's going to happen. And he's just going to be a beast. And you're going to get lucky with injuries and just, the rest will be history. Like how everyone thought, like LeBron James the greatest. These will never happen. And now it's like, are you kidding me? Again, no one saw LeBron come after Jordan. No one saw Kobe come and Shaq come, and like it just happens. That's what I'm saying. You get Wemby And then again, all you do is have to have the luck is you have to have injury luck, and you have to have luck in terms of right where you go. Do you get the right coach and all of that? But I mean, Wembanyama was holding his own in the Olympics. If Jaden wins the Super Bowl, like again, that would be the wildest story. If Jaden wins, which to be fair, I think it's very unlikely that the Commanders win the Super Bowl. But if they did, you would have immediate discussions. Immediate. Is Jaden Daniels the GOAT? Will Jaden Daniels pass Mahomes? Will it becomes immediate. The conversations become just they go through the roof. That's why those conversations don't happen if Jalen Hurts wins the Super Bowl, if Jared Goff wins the Super Bowl, if Stafford wins. I think if Stafford won another Super Bowl, people would be like, was Stafford's career cheated with the Lions? Was it would be a what if conversation more than who Stafford is now. Yeah, but that was still not his, Mahomes was still technically not a rookie though. So it was his first year starting, which was obviously still incredibly impressive. Yeah, and when you think about Wembanyama too, like he's got years to just like kind of be, not average, but like he's got years until he truly becomes. You don't become special or great in the NBA until you're like 24, 25, 26. Like it takes time. That's why all those guys, it takes them years to finally win a ring. You're not seeing 21, 22-year-old NBA players, leading their teams to rings. It just doesn't happen in the NBA. And so he's still so young. I think Mahomes would probably get votes because of his record, because of obviously him being Mahomes, and then him, being able to win with all the injuries. Right, in year 4, won't he still only be 23? Didn't he enter the league at 19? Jerry Jones, Deion Sanders discuss Cowboys head coaching job. Well, I thought that Schefter was just reporting that. I didn't know they actually had a conversation about it. Bo and Jaden Stroud. Bo and Jaden Stroud, I believe, will lead the next crop of QBs. Well, I guess, where do you think the cutoff is for a crop of quarterbacks? Like, what crop is like Jared Goff in, for instance, and Jalen Hurts? I think SGA would have made sense. Will Goff finish top 5 in voting? Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, I think the Eagles Lions would probably be, not probably, would definitely be the most exciting NFC Championship matchup. I think if the Rams and the Lions didn't play each other last year, that would definitely be pretty box office, NFC Championship game. But I think right now it would be between the Lions and the Eagles, just because they're the two best rosters and all of that, and a lot of big names, a lot of big players. And then the second to that would be the Commanders versus the Eagles, because that's East Coast battle. That's Washington, Philly, division rivals, obviously. Rookie quarterback. Thank you, Chalk It Up. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how best to kind of like look into that. Hold on, I got to catch up to these now. Hold on. Nick Wright tore apart Bo Nix today. He did? I didn't see that. I didn't get a chance to make a Denver Broncos video, and I want to today, but I didn't see anything. I think the AFC is much better than the NFC at the moment. I think the top three best teams in the AFC: Bills, Rams, Lions, Chiefs, Eagles. Yeah, I think it's kind of fair, honestly. I think it's kind of more equal. Oh man, hold on. Wright did a victory lap on Bo Nix. Are you serious? When? What was the clip? What was it about? Was it actually about Denver Broncos and Bo Nix, or was it just like a soundbite within the context of talking about the Buffalo Bills and like Josh Allen or something? Well, good night, Brandon. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. (15-2) with the stats. Who are you talking about right now? Yeah, well, Goff and Hurts are definitely not in the Bo, Jaden Stroud because they've been in longer. Goff's been even longer than all of them. I think the fact that Jared Goff doesn't get as much credit as he does, again, is more of a testament to how great the Lions are, the roster, Ben Johnson. Like it's a good problem to have. I really do. So that's why I always tell Lions fans to like not get too upset about it because it's just like it's a compliment to your team. Your team is so awesome and so well run and so well coached that like they're like, yeah, your court anyone can do that, which is like that's the ultimate compliment to your team. I find it fun and interesting in the development of football, especially within different generations. Gen X QBs like Brady and Manning play differently than millennial QBs like Al Mahomes. Yeah, it's true. Well, um, Colin Cowherd actually said this, and I really agree with it. He talks about how like nowadays these quarterbacks they start off so young, they have all these camps that they go to, the coaching that they get. It's like they're able to play such a higher quality football at such a younger age. They have personal trainers and stuff. Like they're just so much more locked in, and they also continue to play a new style of ball. Like I think I had this take before that I said this in a video where it's like an average quarterback right now, and I don't even mean average and bad. I don't mean average like bad. I just mean like a non Josh Allen, a non Mahomes, a non Lamar. Like if you put like a Baker Mayfield or a Dak Prescott or Jalen Hurts, like granted it would be harder for the coaches to know what to do with them, but if you put those quarterbacks in like the 80s or the 90s, like they would be like Dak Prescott in the 90s or something would be special. He would be Patrick Mahomes in the 90s, and it would blow people's minds. They would be like, I've never seen a quarterback move like that and throw like, like it would be unbelievable. Again, I think the problem would be the coaches wouldn't know exactly what to do. And it's the same thing with basketball. I mean, you can take compare what they play, how the style of play, how they played in the 70s or like the 60s and compare it to it now. Like it's you're always building off the people before you. What I'm really interested to see how the younger quarterbacks, like these Gen Z quarterbacks, like how they are from like their mentality, their leadership, their perspective. No, Steve Young. That's what I'm saying. I don't mean to say that like those quarterbacks didn't completely not. Dude, if you watch old Brett Favre was rolling around and moving and making like, crazy throws and stuff. People even forget like Aaron Rodgers was like that. A Lions Chiefs Super Bowl would be interesting. I think you'd probably have a ton of people cheering for the Lions over the Chiefs. I feel like the more casual fans, and I don't say casual in the negative way, I mean that in a positive way. If it's like, the people who are like, who do I pick? Who, like, I don't really know. Let me just pick a random team. I feel like they would probably get more of the Lions. Well, it's because Jared Goff's just not cool enough. I mean, like, that's what it comes down to. People, don't look at him as like he's cool. Like he's kind of reserved, like probably more on the nerdy side, like, and so that doesn't like connect with people. Yeah, the golf hands and all, the doll hands, I mean, and all that type of stuff. They love those antics for sure. Which Gen Z quarterback reached the Super Bowl? My favorite highlight tape? I couldn't tell you, man. I honestly, truly couldn't tell you. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Oh, yeah, I guess Purdy's considered Gen Z. That's fair. Is he the only one, though? Is Jalen Hurts Gen Z? I don't know what the cutoff is. Honestly, I guess that makes sense. Bro, I'm not saying nerd in a negative. I don't say nerd in a negative at all. And yeah, man, quarterbacks always got those supermodel girlfriends. So we got 97, 99, anything born in the 2000s. Right. So what is it, like 25 and younger? Yeah. Sean McVay's going nuts right now in the positive. He's all fired up. Um so 28 and younger is Gen Z. Why does Nick Wright criticize Purdy for needing help? I think because he's made his mind on Purdy and just wants to kind of continue and double down on that. Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, I can't keep up with all that. It's too much. Too much. Well, you think Goff is as good as Brady? Jared Goff was sacked 6 times, or Jared Goff. Sam Darnold was sacked 6 times in the first half, most in any half in career. Off target throws Darnold this season 10 versus LA Rams, week 18, 13, weeks 1 through 17, 3.7. Do you guys think the Texans have any chance to beat the Chiefs? Do I think Caleb will be special? I think Caleb can be great. I guess it depends on what you mean by special. Like, how are we defining special? And are there any other quarterbacks, not Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, that are considered special? Those sacks were also like sacks. There was no cheap sacks. Like those were like beasts. The refs won't allow what? Oh, the Texans? If the Texans beat the Chiefs, I'll sincerely apologize to you. Why would you apologize to me? I'm not saying that the Texans. I'm not like my take isn't that the Texans will win. If they could get to Mahomes as much as they got to Herbert, maybe, but I don't know if they'll go after him as much because Mahomes is obviously more mobile. Well, who do you think will be special outside of the main four? So Jaden has already proven to be special, obviously. Right now, who's special? I don't know. Thank you, Robert. I really appreciate it. I'm happy you found the channel, too. I've been called a Chiefs hater throughout this whole season. Honestly, if the Chiefs just don't win the Super Bowl, I'll be able to be like, I told you, but I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Do you think the Texans win? Oh, you said 2 versus Buffalo next week. So who do you think? Do you think the Chiefs make it to the Super Bowl, Jared? I'm still trying to think of any other special quarterbacks. I feel like it's just gotta be Jaden. I'm obviously high on Bo Nix and some of these other players, but like, I think those other players need to show it. I really do think Jalen Hurts, what he did in the Super Bowl, was special, but he hasn't shown that consistently enough for me to be like he's a special quarterback. I wonder if Jalen Hurts is one of those quarterbacks who's like, he has the ability to be special and elite, but it's like 3 out of 10 games. Whereas the Mahomes and the Josh Allens and those, like, they have the ability to be special like 8 out of 10 games. The heck? Why does this keep doing that? All right, hold on, my chat just went away. All right, now we're back. Do you think JJ will start next year because Sam Darnold's performance this year? Yeah, I mean, it's obviously JJ is obviously going to have a tremendous amount of momentum. If the Vikings won this game and maybe won the next one, like there was going to be some serious discussions talking about trading it, like real conversations. after this game, like anyone who had those opinions are going to be like, let's, is JJ healed? What's his knee like? I do try to be as fair as I possibly can, honestly. I take, that's important to me. I have no desire to come from really like biased, aggressive takes. I know that's like popular. That's just not, I personally don't enjoy that. And I don't like to listen to that personally. Yeah, you have to be really special passer. Stafford is a special passer, but again, we never really got to see Stafford with a great coach in his prime. And be with a great coach in this like offensive era as well. Because think about it, we know Tom Brady's special, and he doesn't have legs. Yeah, Jaden Daniels' biggest liability is injury potential. That dude is skinny. There is no denying that. And he needs to take less hits. He needs to slide, get out of bounds. It is never worth it for him to ever get that extra, that extra yard or two. Lamar Jackson's gotten hurt. Patrick Mahomes, all these guys get hurt. Mahomes is like LeBron and Josh is like KD. Mahomes waits for the crunch time in playoffs to turn it up, and Josh just goes out there and puts in work and just needs to beat Mahomes. It's fair. I don't think that's the worst comparison. I will caution the Jaden hype with all. No. Listen, CJ had an awesome year. He really did, but what Jaden has been doing really has been special. I really stand by that. I think CJ had a great season and it was awesome, but I don't know if you could say it was special. I don't know. I'd have to just think about it more. I'd have to watch some of those key games again and see how they unfolded. I think CJ is also like a special playmaker from the pocket. And again, that is his superpower, I think, is him being a great playmaker from the pocket and even being an elite playmaker from the pocket. I'm not saying that he's elite, but being an elite playmaker within the pocket. And when you have such a bad O-line and injured weapons, you don't get to show your elite talent. And that's like, that's kind of tough. And again, that is what makes Mahomes, Lamar, and Josh Allen arguably the most special because they are the most resilient to the team around them. But again, I think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are even more resilient because they use their body more. Mahomes did use his body, but he got injured one too many times and pulled back from it. He got knocked out of the one playoff game trying to get like an extra yard. In terms of what to do with Sam, I'm going to have to like sit back and digest on this more. Saying JD looks like an elf on the shelf is one of the funniest things ever. Jaden Daniels just looks like he is an absolute regular guy, man. He could absolutely just be a regular guy. You could see him walking down the street and you would never be like, you're an NFL quarterback? I did. Daniels is probably the fifth best quarterback already, or is that too early? So those conversations are always interesting. That's why I always try to reduce it. When I was having these conversations this season, I tried to well, to be fair, I didn't have a channel with during CJ's whole run. So listen, I thought CJ was going to be great going into the season. Had him as an MVP candidate. So I am not down. I'm still not like selling my CJ stock by any means. But CJ's game is going to be a little bit more reliant on the people around him. Thank you, Robert. Have an awesome night. Good night. What was the thing that I was about to ask? Oh yeah, Jaden Daniels, fifth best quarterback already. Oh yeah. So that's why during this season I enjoyed just saying, let's not worry about past accolades, past record. I don't care what you did 2 years ago, last year, Super Bowls, playoff performances. I'm just talking about this year. And that's how I wish Nick Wright did his Mahomes Mountain, because it's so much more fun that way. Like, let's just focus on this year, nothing else. And this year, not focus on anything else. Jaden Daniels was absolutely top 5. I mean, he absolutely was. The only reason why you wouldn't put him up there is because you remember what these other quarterbacks have done in the past. You've seen what these other quarterbacks have done. And it's just like, I get that. And so, yeah, the next question for Jaden is to do it again. Do you think JD5 would be less risky if he had a better OL? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of in his nature. I think, isn't there that highlight reel of him taking crazy hits in college? I think I remember seeing it. Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, Daniels would be my 5. I would say this. When you see Jaden Daniels play right now, if you were to have a draft right now, it would be hard pressed to pick many people outside of those guys that you listed over Jaden, especially after seeing the playoffs. Like, I don't know if you're going to say, well, Stafford, I mean, definitely not Hurts or Dak or Baker. Like, I don't see it. Especially because the biggest argument you would have is experience. And now that Jaden Daniels showed that he has the experience, that he could win on the road in the playoffs, like, you wouldn't be able to say that. Like, I think even going into the playoffs against Baker, I think it would be a total fair opinion to be like, yeah, you know what, Jaden Daniels has played great this year, but, Baker's got the experience. He's shown what he can do in the playoffs. Like, I think that would be fair. Like, it was kind of an interesting question when you said, like, who would you rather have, Baker or Jaden? Like, that's kind of a fun conversation to have. But, like, once Jaden proved what he was able to do in the playoffs, thank you, Felipe. Hope you're enjoying from Brazil. My whole thing is, we all thought CJ would elevate the talent around him, but the league figures you out. I don't know. I don't think the league figured you out. I figured CJ out. I really don't. And I think CJ will be redeemed. I believe that. Nick loves Mahomes. You got to remember he was born and raised in Kansas City. It's true. I think it's also a business decision. He had 9 sacks, 82 yards lost. This is Sam Darnold. 23 pressures. That is a ton. 14% blitzes. I mean, that's tough, man. That's tough for anyone. How far away the Kansas City, where Arrowhead is, how far away is that from where the Royals play? Is there anyone in here that's from the area? Because isn't Kansas City not in Kansas City? There you are, Sean. So I definitely was by Arrowhead. Okay, so I saw it at night because it wasn't lit up, but where the Royals play, that was all lit up. That's a cool stadium. The way how it's kind of like the Crown or whatever. I think I spent the night in that general area. I drove cross country. But I just remember like what it is, right? Is there 2 Kansas Cities or something weird like that? I forget how it works. Or like Kansas City isn't where you think it actually is. I forget. Am I embarrassing myself? Probably. Right, there's a Kansas City, Kansas, and Missouri. Right, I think that's what it was. Because I went to Kansas. Because I think University of Kansas, Kansas University, Kansas State. Because I think I was in that area, and then I drove to that campus. What's going on, Mike? I was in some college town for there. Are you not happy with the Washington Commanders setup? CJ will be better, but I'm just saying 1 year isn't enough to know how good someone is. I think that's fair. Although I'm sure you feel really good about Bo Nix. Do I give Commanders any chance? I do. Mainly because I do think it's fair. I think it is fair to know how good are the Vikings defense because of their the Lions defense because of all their injuries. And when you see how the Vikings played against the Rams and like that was a big moment for the Lions, but now we see that the Rams were able to repeat that. Like it's I think it's interesting. I also think that the Commanders or again just Jaden Daniels. I think the Lions have way more room to like not play perfect ball. I think the Commanders absolutely have to play perfect ball. That the catch from the Commanders to McLaurin, like there's absolutely a world where that in that first of that game that doesn't happen, right? There's where that ball just kind of goes off the fingertips or it's slightly overthrown, underthrown. We see that all the time, 10 times a weekend. And same thing with the fumbled snap from Baker. How many times have we seen that? But then Baker's able to dive on it, or Lyman's able to dive on it. Like those things can't happen. Like it would have to be absolutely perfect again, I think, for the Commanders. Unless Jaden Daniels really truly does just have this switch and he's just like, bro, you can't stop me. I actually really am better than Mahomes, better than Josh. Like you guys think I'm just a rookie, but I truly am just different. If that ends up being the case, but who's to say that can't happen? But I think it obviously will be a tough game. Because I think the Lions will be able to score on the Commanders. So then you have to really rely on the Commanders to keep up. That's my long-winded answer. Broncos winning the Super Bowl next year. I love the confidence. KU proper is in Lawrence, which is where I currently live. Honestly, I couldn't even find that on a map, man. Why don't you like, Kaylee, why don't you like the Commander situation? I feel good about Bo, but there's certain things I'm worried about. Year 2 in the NFL is the toughest year, so I have to manage expectations. Yeah, but that's the benefit of having Sean Payne. That is the benefit of having a great coach, because they know how to manage that and deal with that. Washington Commanders had to beg Congress to get approval for us to go back to D.C. I didn't know that. Chiefs versus Ravens and Lions versus Rams are what I think we're going to get. The Rams team we saw tonight is going to give the Eagles a lot of problems. Yeah. I can see it all go in so many ways. Honestly, the only clear team that I see that has the path to victory is the Kansas City Chiefs. Honestly. They're the team that I have the most confidence in. Yeah, but I don't know if that defense will be able to keep it. The Lions just have so many weapons offensively. So many weapons. The Commanders almost have a better chance if they score slow and dominate the clock. I want to go to random games next season. Like, I want to go to a Commanders game. I want to go to a Lions game. I want to go to a Kansas City Chiefs game. I want to do that. That'd be fun. I want to go to a Cowboys game. AFC West next year will be like this year's NFC North. I think the KC Chargers and Broncos will be. No, I think that's really possible. That's why I always kept calling the NFC North a gauntlet, and I really think the AFC West will be that too. Well, the hype for the Commanders after this season is going to be through the roof. I still can't believe though that the lack of Jaden Daniels and the lack of Commanders content. I mean, you seriously, first things first, didn't have the take until the second hour of the show. Colin didn't have anything until it was like the final 10 minutes of the show, and it was like a quick 4-minute thing. It was like after talking about Mike McCarthy moving on from the Dallas Cowboys, and he just like transitioned into Jaden for like 3 minutes, and like that was it. Oh, you just went to that game? How was it? Was it so since it was in Arizona, was it a lot of just like casual Arizona local type people there? Or was it like, like how did that work? Oh, so it was 50-50 Vikings Rams fans there. That's interesting. I probably should have read the whole thing before I started asking my questions. With my Chiefs winning the division, of course. Well, of course. Can't ever doubt the Chiefs. No, I think that's where you got to trust Sean Payton. I really do. When you see what some of these other coaches did with their young quarterbacks and you saw how terribly wrong it went. Yeah, Minnesota Vikings were hyped. It definitely is a bummer. And it's a shame that it wasn't a competitive game. Did they play where the Super Bowl was a couple years ago? For the Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl? Was it the same stadium? I don't really know exactly where the game was. And did they make it a Rams home game? Where they had like, let's go Rams on the scoreboard and stuff like that? I watched the game and I don't even remember who was on the field, like what the field looked like. Like it was hard because obviously I'm talking over here and stuff. My first initial predictions for the Rams right now for the Eagles Rams game are I think if you're an Eagles fan, you should absolutely be scared of what the Rams just did. And I don't think that the Eagles had this great game against the Packers. So I honestly think that the Eagles win convincingly, and I don't mean like a blowout, but just like it's kind of clear that like, they're able to slow down Stafford and whatnot. Kind of almost like a similar game to how it unfolded in the regular season. Or the Rams really, really beat the Eagles, and it's almost like the Eagles have a game like the Packers did, or the Vikings just did, where you're just looking at AJ Brown is as angry as Stafford, and is as angry as Jefferson, and Sam Darnold is being Jalen Hurts is being sacked and criticized as much as Sam Darnold is. I don't know if the Eagles are connected enough to win close games. I really don't. I question it. Chargers were pretty disappointing losing the Texans, but I'm curious how Chargers fans feel about Herbert. I've defended my Justin Herbert take. Okay, hold on. Who do you think the next head coach hire is going to be? I feel like McCarthy to the Bears is inevitable at this point. Dude, if McCarthy goes to the Bears, that will be actually one of my best. That will be such an amazing prediction. It wasn't even necessarily a prediction. I just made the argument why McCarthy should go to the Bears. And it was before he was ever even being considered, interviewed, And I said, you can actually make the argument for McCarthy, and people really got mad about that. So if that actually ends up happening, I'll be like, man, that would actually be kind of cool to get that right. So what do you think the best opening right now is, and what's the worst? Jags and Jets respectively for me. Yeah, man, I want to know. I don't want anything to do with the Jets. I think it's where you got to look at quarterback position and ownership, because there's the argument that the best opening is with the Bears because of Caleb, but then there's problems with ownership and their whole structure of how they have things with the GM and their their president or whatever it is. There's like concerns about that. The Jags, I think, would have like the least amount of pressure, and I think though it depends on what do you think about Trevor Lawrence. There's like rumors about Trevor not really caring about ball, and again, I have no idea how true that is, but apparently it's almost kind of like a Ben Simmons type thing, where it's kind of like, yeah, the dude obviously has some special talent, was great really young, but like he's not about that grind. He's not about that life. And I think like that's, if that's like the real conclusion of it, it's like I don't know how much you want that either. I think the Raiders is an interesting place. Obviously brutal because you are going up against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, and you're going up against the Chargers, who I think will be good, and the Broncos. So that's obviously going to be a brutal division. But I think if there's actually real collaboration with Tom Brady, I think that could be a really interesting spot. I don't think there's easy answers for these kinds of things, honestly. I really don't. Because I was thinking about that before. If I'm like Ben Johnson, and I can pick between all these teams, who do I pick? And the answer is like, man, I don't know. It all depends on what I'm looking for. Am I looking for stability? Am I looking for a well-run organization? Am I looking for a quarterback? It's just, am I looking for a place that has the best draft capital? I don't know. The problem with the Vegas opening is like, historically, it hasn't necessarily been run so well, number one. And number two, like, yeah, I mean, you're going to be going up against a brutal division that obviously has a major head start on you. Who said it publicly? Trevor Lawrence? Well, and that's the thing. The Vikings couldn't run the ball. They couldn't stop the Rams. And they couldn't throw them. I mean, they couldn't do anything. I wonder what the Vikings are going to do at QB. Yeah, man, it's real questions. I think it's totally fair. I think it's real questions. I'm not so quick just to abandon Sam Darnold, but I'm also not going to say with my chest either, dude, Sam Darnold is the future for the Vikings. Like, I'm not going to say that either. I really got to listen to other people's opinions and kind of hear what they have to say. And, this game, they couldn't protect him. I know he held the ball, but like, they couldn't protect him. I don't know what he's supposed to do in that situation. It happens every year. Who would be your way too early prediction for the team to go worst to first next year? Maybe the Patriots. I think Brian Daboll, when you get him the right quarterback, they can definitely make moves for sure with the Giants. I think keeping him was smart. But I think potentially the Patriots. But I don't know. Let me see where Ben Johnson goes to. Because I don't know if any quarterback coming out of the draft is going to have immediate success like we saw Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels do. I don't know if that's a repeat out of the draft. JJ McCarthy isn't going to play again? What do you mean? Also, Broncos and Commanders play each other next season. I'm hoping it's a week 1 Sunday or a Monday night football. Why do you want it to be week 1? JJ McCarthy, yes, Trevor said it. The rant you went on earlier about Darnold could be a real contender after what we saw last week was ridiculous. I don't agree. Kind of funny how the Jets are owned by the people who invented baby powder and the Band-Aid. I don't think I knew that. I definitely didn't know that. I actually went to a bunch of Jets games growing up because my uncle, because of through his work, randomly had tickets, season tickets with like some business friend partner type thing, and occasionally he couldn't go, the business partner, so I would actually go with him and like tailgate and stuff. So I actually I think the first game I ever went to when I was like real little, like 6 or something, I was actually a Jets game. Yeah, I could see that week 1 being fun. Yeah, I could see JJ potentially getting that, but I think it would have been easier for JJ to get the Jordan Love treatment if Sam Darnold won tonight. But now that he didn't, I don't know. If you were Ben Johnson, is there a job opening right now you take? It should be the Bengals, but maybe the Bears. Oh, if I'm Ben Johnson, this is what's interesting, because if you're Ben Johnson, you're gonna trust your analysis of Caleb Williams, and if you draw the conclusion that you think Caleb Williams is special, then you go to Caleb. No matter what, you go to Caleb and you find a way through the absurdity of the Chicago Bears franchise. Not to mention, almost if you fail there, you could just be like, bro, what do you want me to do with this ownership? I told them that we needed an I told them that we needed an offensive tackle, this, that, and they didn't do it. Yeah, like you can almost like explain it away. Or you say, hey, I tried to make do with Caleb and he was a bust. What do you want from me? Like you could almost like make that argument. But if you're Ben Johnson, you reach a conclusion, I think Caleb is legit. He was just not, taken care of this season. Then yeah, you go to Caleb. If not, then I think the Bengals would be a great job because it's Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is a beast. Don't let anyone try to convince you otherwise, man. That's literally how my dad would get Commanders games tickets. Oh, because of work? I feel you might not be super hype on JJ. No, I think JJ, I think it's just too impossible to know. It's also tough because he just took a whole year off. And taking a whole year off that young, that will legitimately push back his development. It really will. Like you can't look at JJ as now a year too. This isn't the same thing as him sitting for a year because he was injured for the season. So he had to rehab. He had to he had to go through this whole process. So his development is legitimately delayed. Like Patrick Mahomes sitting for the year, his development was not delayed. He was actually being developed. Same thing with Jordan Love. JJ was not. He was developing up here and learning and actually seeing the speed of the game, but did he take was he able to take any real reps in practices and stuff like that? His rehab, I had his same injury multiple times, 3 times to be exact. And they're all different, but I mean, he most likely throughout this whole season, I mean, if I do the quick math, maybe by the month 4, so what did he inherit in September? That'd be September, October, all of September, all of October. At best, he was kind of practicing by November, but even then, those practices are I don't know. So maybe especially if they were conservative, and I know he had to get injections, so December. So it's like he hasn't really been able to do anything. And so that's a real thing to look out for with JJ. Most 21-year-olds don't take a whole thing, a whole season off. Well, thanks for hanging out, Sean. I appreciate it. Thanks for educating me on the Kansas City Chiefs. I appreciate it. If the Eagles lose next week and the offense sucks, do you go all out for Ben Johnson? 1,000%, undeniably, yes. And Ben Johnson would want to go and work with Howie Roseman. Not a doubt in my mind. If the Eagles lose, that would be the biggest silver lining. In fact, almost if you're an Eagles fan, you're almost hoping for that to happen in a weird way. It's like either win the Super Bowl or you want to lose against the Rams, have it be ugly, and then you go out and get Ben Johnson. If the Eagles file, Sean kept asking me all these coaching questions. If the Eagles fire Sirianni, that is undeniably the best job, and it's not even close. There's not even a close second. It would be the Philadelphia Eagles because that is clearly the best run franchise out of all of those teams, with the best roster for sure. It's essentially like firing, Dan Campbell. I've said a bunch of times about the Philadelphia Eagles that they're such a highly run franchise and have had a tremendous amount of success that they're the type of franchise that deserves a truly special coach. They deserve, ironically, an Andy Reid, a Sean McVay. Like, they deserve to have this true top, high-level, legendary Hall of Fame type coach because they are that high level of an organization. It's not so much I think Sirianni is messing up the Eagles because I've defended him. I've made videos praising him. I've also criticized him. But I just think, he's not on the level of a Sean McVay. He's not on the level, obviously, of an Andy Reid. And I just, I also don't like the idea that you constantly have to keep getting new offensive coordinators. So it's not so much that I think he's messing up the Eagles, but does he add enough to the Eagles? Sean McVay makes the Rams special. Andy Reid makes the Chiefs special. And again, I'm not saying that their players don't either, but they absolutely contribute to the specialness of those teams. Say what you will about Bill Belichick. He added special to the Patriots. I just don't know if Sirianni does that enough. Yeah, well, Andy beat the bones of that Super Bowl team. I forget what it was, but it was like he was responsible for drafting like a massive bulk of them. And he rehabilitated Nick Foles. He'll tell you that. Nick Foles will tell you that. He had nothing but heaps of praise, and he was going to retire. And it was Andy that called him back and was like, come on here. All the coverage about the Cowboys, even when they're terrible. Yeah, like even when the Cowboys moved on from Mike McCarthy, I don't know if that's considered like an official firing or just like going separate ways. But like I skipped over that because like I'm trying to make all these videos. I got endless notes over there that I'm looking over. Like I got all these notes. And like I'm going to talk about the Commanders. I want to talk about the Broncos. Like, even these teams that lost, the Chargers, all this. And like within the first like half hour, Colin's like, breaking news, McCarthy gone. And I'm like, there's other stories to talk about right now. And then the same thing with First Things First. Like they did a whole Cowboys segment before they had a Commanders segment. Or I'd rather have an unpacking of Bo Nix's rookie year. And it's just like, and I get it. That's credit to the Cowboys fans for being so massive. If Sirianni wins a Super Bowl, why wouldn't he be considered that? Has dominated McAfee and LaFleur. I don't think he's dominated those guys. The roster has been elite. The Eagles roster has truly been special. It has. They've been stacked. And if Nick Sirianni wins a Super Bowl, that would be awesome. But it's just kind of like, did Doug Peterson win that Super Bowl? Like, I don't know. Cowboys get lots of coverage because they have a massive fan base in Georgia. Yeah, they have the biggest fan base. I'm not saying head coaches don't matter. Where did that come from? Oh man, I'm seeing a clip from Lamar Jackson giving a soundbite that I made a video that I discussed that I can't wait to post. I think some people might really, 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 really not like it. I'm excited to see how it lands. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, okay. I see now. That's the Lamar one. That's the Commanders one. Yeah. I got a couple videos posted tomorrow that are going to be... We're going to see, man. We're going to see. So maybe if they covered more teams, they wouldn't be so Cowboy reliant. Yeah. It's just, it takes time to build that, When does it matter? Why, if Sirianni wins, it's the roster, but the other guys, it's about the scheme. Reed had Hill, Mahomes, and Kelsey. I'll answer that in a second. The problem with Sirianni is that he doesn't run the offense or defense. They are coordinator dependent. If they keep Kellen Moore and keep Sirianni, then they are back at square one. That's exactly right. Andy Reid, Sean McVay, they're the ones that are designing the offense. They're the ones that are utilizing the scheme. Andy Reid gets a ton of credit for developing Mahomes, for elevating Kelsey, for elevating, Hill and all of that. But it's not you say making the playoffs it's not about making the playoffs. For the Philadelphia Eagles, it's not about making the playoffs. It's not about regular season wins. It's not about saying, hey, we won 14 games this season or, whatever it is. That's what the Dallas Cowboys do. The Dallas Cowboys say, we won 12, we had 12 win seasons 3 years in a row. And it's like, cool. Doesn't matter. Hostile fan berates visiting Packers fan. No. But it's a major contribution, whether it's the offense or the defense. They keep acting like that doink in the Broncos game was like the loudest thing ever. And that's what they're showing highlights of now. Like the Titans, for example, I forget they even exist and they have the number 1 pick. I know, it's true. Dude, the Texans, the Jags, the Patriots, the Dolphins. I'll make videos and sometimes it'll get nothing. I made some Jags videos in the past and I'll get 200 views. And I'm like, well, I want to talk about the Jags, or I want to talk about these teams, but also kind of I don't want to make videos that no one watches. But yeah, I don't know if I made I don't think I did. I don't think I made a single individual Titans video. Or this season, a Jags video. I made a Patriots video going into this offseason. I was like, the Patriots aren't going to be that good. This isn't really about this season. And, Drake May should probably not even start at all. If anything, I would probably just sit him for the whole season. And they were just like, you're an idiot. You're dumb. The Patriots are going to be awesome. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess so. I was like, I don't know. I appreciate the optimism. I know it's a rough place to be in the offseason. And before you even play a single game, you're telling an entire fan base, you're probably not going to be able to do anything this season. It's like that. I don't know what you do in that situation. For the people that have had bad teams for years, it's like what do you do? Like, how does it feel to know, like, going into this next season, you just know, oh, my team's not going to be good at all. Like, there's actually really no real reason to watch my team play. Like, it's a bummer. I've been to Tennessee for a little. I went to Tennessee for like a day. Memphis. I spent the night in Memphis. Yeah, I really didn't. And that's also the thing. It also shows you how much of a quarterback driven team it is. Because let's say, you know, the Titans had a popular quarterback, you would still probably make content around them. It's why Trevor Lawrence, some Jags content got created. Look no further than some of the shows just on TV. Like I obviously just follow their suit because like they know they have the ratings, they know what's popular, and that's why Colin. That's why I really appreciate Colin. You know, he said this a couple of years ago. He's like, people always say to me, "Why do I cover so much football? Why do I cover the Dallas Cowboys?" He's like, "Folks, because no one cares about baseball. No one talks about it. No one watches it." And he's like, "And you know what? Cowboys are the most popular team." And he's like, "So that's what I do." And he like doesn't hide it. And I'm like, "Yeah, man, hat tip. I respect it." Like if the fan bases watch those videos of the Titans and this or that, then people would create it. It would be there, but they don't engage enough with it. And so it's not even a matter of like chasing views or chasing clicks. It's just like it's also just wanting to create content again that people want to watch, want to engage with. But it is a balance because it is also kind of like if you build it, they will come. And if you only chase, and that's where it is, you can get in trouble because if you are only chasing views, then you become too narrow. As a diehard Eagles fan from the area, I know that our expectations are more than just making the playoffs. With this roster, it's Super Bowl bust. I'm not saying I don't like Sirianni. I do. No, I think that's totally fair. It is Super Bowl or bust, and the expectations are winning a Super Bowl. At the very minimum, getting to the Super Bowl. Definitely nothing short of an NFC Championship game. Yeah, I don't know what it's like to have a team that's just been so irrelevant for so long. Like, it's got to be so brutal to these fan bases. No, because no one's comfortable talking about any of the quarterbacks on the Browns, quite frankly. When you think about it, the Browns have had two quarterbacks on their team that people were both kind of like, I don't know about these guys. And that's what the Commanders fans, you know, really helped me understand. Because I in the beginning of the season, not even the preseason, in the summer, I was asking Commanders fans, I was like, I don't get it. You guys have this massive fan base. Like Jaden Daniels is coming now. He had, at that point he hadn't even played. You know, I don't even know if he even was in practice really yet. And I was like, I don't understand. I'm like, why is like no one really talking about the Commanders? And people were like, dude, you know, ownership was awful. It was just just going down the drain. It was a toxic, you know, it was a toxic person to a toxic team to touch, you know, with all the drama and all the issues that they had there. And I was like, oh, dude, I mean, I think Tyreek Hill going to the Commanders could be huge when you think about what obviously Patrick Mahomes was able to do with Tyreek Hill, and now you essentially got, you know, the up and coming semi version of that with Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury. I mean, like that could be magic for sure, definitely. Yeah, it's a bummer that some of these teams can be down for so long. Browns trade 3 firsts for Sam Darnold. I don't know if they would do that, especially after this game. But it nicely? What do you mean? Yeah, that's brutal. 9 years without a winning record. They didn't make it to the playoffs since 2015. It's like, what do you do with that? Like, how do you get excited? How do you have the optimism? And isn't it brutal to then consume these shows? You're watching all these shows. Like, even when the Broncos are doing pretty good, like, the truth is, unless you're the Eagles, the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Lions now, and I'm probably forgetting a couple other teams, it's kind of like, you watch First Things First, you watch The Herd, you watch, Get Up, any of the other shows, and your team is not being talked about pretty much 99.9% of the year. Let's say you're a big Titans fan. Like, you're going to watch First Things First, and they're never going to talk about you. Again, the Broncos had a really exciting year. I don't know, did Colin Cowherd... I don't think Colin Cowherd, and he's very pro-Broncos. I don't know if he talked about the Broncos weekly. Certainly not daily. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How do you feel about our chances in this matchup? Well, wait, which matchup? Between who and who? My dad was 21 when Washington last won a Super Bowl. He's now 54. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. It's like, I genuinely feel bad. That's why you saw last year Lions fans were crying when they won their first playoff game. It was like, we haven't done this in over 30 years. Oh yeah, man. Dan Snyder sounds like an interesting cat. That's for sure. That's what happens when you're that wealthy, man. Well, that's the truth. When your team is actually at least winning, it's easier to deal with it. That's why there's times, like, that's why I realized, like, I couldn't even make a Denver Broncos video because today was obviously always crazy. And also because since I was trying to get through everything, because I realized, like, oh, you know what? I'm going to live stream tonight. I was quickly like, I couldn't go hunting for Broncos clips. Thank you so much, Brian. I really, really appreciate it. Have an awesome night. Hopefully the game was still fun, even if it was not close and competitive. Oh, man. My chat just froze. There we go. Whoa, relax. Oh, my God. Okay, now we're good now. I feel bad. Joel or Joel? You said, how do you feel about our chances in this matchup? Which matchup? All right, I honestly think the media doesn't do much coverage on Washington due to decades of massive disappointment. A lot of Commanders fans said they thought it was because of, Dan Snyder and all of that stuff. Obviously, I honestly don't know because they have one of the most massive fan bases. When you look at it, they're top 10. The entire NFC East, they're the only division that has all four top 10. The Cowboys, the Eagles, the Giants, and the Commanders. Ultimately, and I think so much of it is just really also like, is your quarterback a star? It's such a quarterback-driven league in terms of also even like fame and popularity and who we talk about. All right, Eagles versus Rams. Yeah. So what I was saying about the Eagles versus Rams is, and I'll definitely make a video about this on Tuesday. I think it really kind of goes one of two ways. I think the Eagles either have kind of a repeat what happened against the Rams in the regular season, or I think the Rams roll the Eagles because the Eagles just have a really bad disconnected game, like what the Vikings just did, or what the Packers had last, against the Eagles. I think the Eagles either get their act together or not. I don't think that the Eagles would win an ugly game against the Rams. I don't think the Eagles will blow out the Rams. I think if the Eagles show up, they win this game, and they should be favored. They're clearly the better team. But I just think it's clear to me in the cards of the Eagles, they could not show up. And if they don't show up, I think the Rams would potentially feast. But this should be in the Eagles. The Eagles should be in the driver's seat for this game. Yeah, the Vikings definitely ran into a wall, that's for sure. Were you popular with Russell Wilson? Wasn't there a lot more takes on it? I think, you know what, like, isn't that true? I don't know. What's his face is gone now for the Eagles, who got injured with his knee. I just hate some of the issues that the Eagles are dealing with. Whether we want to say that the media is making a big deal about it or not, with the whole reading of the book, it's still just a thing. It's still just a thing that they're like talking and discussing about. They're now dealing with continued criticism about the passing game, and like it's just extra stuff that you don't want to have to deal with. Yeah, Dean, he's gone. That's a loss for sure. And I never know what a loss defensively will do for your team. It's too hard for me to predict. Thank you, Matt. Darius Slay's out too? Oh my God! If the Bills lose, also, I would definitely hire Ben Johnson. I think any top contender that loses, who's got a coach on the hot seat, absolutely. I don't even think that Jalen Hurts played terrible. I really encourage you. I might do a clip of it. I probably will, but I don't know because come time Tuesday, it might be a little too late now because everyone's going to be talking about the Eagles versus the Rams now. But Dan Orlovsky, I think, did a great job of breaking down that game for the Eagles versus Packers and Jalen Hurts, and just kind of showing that like nobody was open. There was no one for Jalen Hurts to throw to. Well, Darius Slay is always getting banged. He always comes out for like a play or two, and it's always like something. And then he's fine, and then he plays. Yeah, I got a video posting tomorrow about the book that I think I did a good job. I think I did a good job kind of breaking down both sides of it. I think I did. Yeah, man, I still got to look that book up. I still want to see what it is. I want to see like what is actually written in it. Yeah, but I think that then that was smart of Jalen to not force the ball. You know who tried to force the ball? Jordan Love. Who lost that game? Jordan Love, Green Bay Packers. But this will be a good game. I think if you're an Eagles fan, you probably wanted to face the Vikings. I think, wanted to go up against someone like Sam Darnold and Kevin O'Connell, just a lot less experience. You're going up against Matthew Stafford and Colin Cowherd, Super Bowl winners. And Puka Nacua, who's special. Rams-Ravens Super Bowl would catch everyone off guard. You think the local content is better for your mental health? Like, you enjoy the local content? It's funny. I personally never liked local content because it always feels biased to me. I really, really, really need non-biased content. Like, whether it's the news, sports, whatever it is, I need to feel like I'm getting an honest perspective and not any type of bias. Apparently that game, the odds for that game are like a true 50-50. The Bills versus Ravens. Like, even ESPN Analytics has it as just like 50-50. Which is fascinating that it's not at least like 52-48. Like, there's just no edge. Apparently it's a true 50-50. So I like the commentating. I like a good commentator in the background. I think they can add context. They can a lot of times share things that we don't get to see on the broadcast, but it all depends on who's doing it. That's why Troy Aikman and Joe Buck are two of my favorites. I like Greg Olsen. I know Tom Brady gets a lot of hate, but I really do appreciate Tom Brady, especially when he talks about what to do within the game. When he talks about kind of like, game management, kicking a field goal here, going for it on fourth down, went to throw the ball. It's 3rd and 7. Oh, I would have ran here. Or I would have thrown the ball. Like, that is incredibly valuable insight. Again, it's like if someone thinks they know more than Tom Brady in that moment, it's like, that's up to you. But I appreciate those insights. Well, that's also the thing too. I was gonna say they're biased, or either they're really positive or they're like extra harsh because they take pride in being harsh. Yeah, no, I think Greg Olsen was great. Greg Olsen was gonna be like the star, and then Tom Brady came in, and he's like, "Nah, man, sorry, I'm so sorry, but I'm Tom Brady." Did John Gruden do games though? No, Caleb Williams fans can't troll Bo Nix. Bo Nix at least actually went to the playoffs and has actually scored a touch. He actually has a touchdown in the playoffs. I don't think any Caleb Williams fans can say anything. They have to just wait until their guy licks his wounds and, can get back there. But you didn't tell me, or I didn't see the message. What did Nick Wright say about Bo Nix, and where is that clip? Was it during a Buffalo Bills take? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that too. I think the Eagles fans, you're thinking you wanted to see the Vikings win this game, even though the records, the Vikings have the better seed and the better. Well, I guess technically not the better seed, but the better record. And you're gonna feel more comfortable going up against a Sam Darnold than a Matthew Stafford. Again, you're going up against Super Bowl winners. That's what I'm saying. This game's going to be so hyped, the Ravens-Bills game. On one side, I really want to live stream it. On the other side, I just want to be locked in. That game's on Sunday. The Saturday night game is the Commanders-Lions game? When did he say that? And was it just like a one-off comment? Or was it, because like again, I didn't see like an actual Denver Broncos take. Or was it just in the context of him talking about the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen winning and when he like dropped his banner and stuff? Oh, it was in the video that I did? I didn't catch. I didn't catch it, or maybe because I knew I was making a Buffalo Bills Josh Allen video, I might have just like, had that wash over me because I was focused on the Josh Allen take. Bo Nix is so much more mobile, both in and out of the pocket, way more than anyone thought. Way more. The way how he avoided sacks as well. I mean, incredibly high level. If the Texans beat the Chiefs, the Texans will live in infamy forever. What? That Sean Payton held Bo Nix on training wheels? What do you make of people getting upset over the ref and Josh Allen? Oh my god, I think that's such nonsense. I think that's such nonsense because as someone who's played and someone who was actually I reffed basketball actually and baseball. Baseball. Nothing like high level by no means. But like you're in constant conversation with the referees and the players. Like they're always having these conversations. And if you did miss a play or miss a call or this or that, like, and also you have no idea what they were even talking about. For all you know, that ref was saying, "Hey, I might have missed one, my bad," and that is totally referees will say that all the time to the players, all the time. Whether it's Mahomes, whether it's Josh Allen, whether it's John Smith, they do it all the time. You're in constant conversation. I've had referees say it to me, and when I was officiating, again, very limited, but like I say it to them. You're in that dialogue. You actually end up knowing each other very well. And so it's just, again, you have no idea. Sometimes it's like, hey man, you gotta calm down. You're getting too fired up, like stop it. And other times it's just like, I may have missed one. It happened. It's just everyone's human. Yeah, and if they were trying to help Josh Allen win, then they would have called that. You know what I mean? Like, then they would have called that. There would have been a flag, and they obviously didn't. I think the Eagles are going to have to play a complete game from top to bottom to win this game. Going to need Jalen to show some of that magic. Yeah, I think I'm really fascinated to see what the Rams do against Jalen in terms of how they attack it. In terms of, are they going to be blitz heavy like they did with Sam Darnold? Because the Eagles have an answer to the blitz. Except Jalen didn't look great against the blitz against the Packers. And it's not like that it was bad, but there wasn't an answer. But the reality is that the Eagles do have an answer because they have Saquon, Devontae, Dal. I mean, they obviously have the weapons. They have the answers. So if anything, Kellen Moore is watching this game going, or not, yeah, no, Kellen Moore is watching this game, and he's got to be on one. I think it's not even up to Jalen Hurts necessarily. It's up to Kellen Moore. What is Kellen Moore's approach? Because that's what I said going to this game. I said Kevin O'Connell. I thought this was a Kevin O'Connell game. And I was like, what is Kevin O'Connell going to do against the blitz for Sam Darnold? We saw what the Lions did, and there was no answer. None. The narrative about with referees and stuff. Yeah, see, so You know how in all the conversations that you have with referees and stuff like that, especially if it's referees that you've also gotten to know over the years. I don't know in your situation how often you had repeat referees, but any season or any league that you play in where you are having a lot of repeat referees, like you know them, you know their name, you know their face. I mean, if they have kids and if they're married. No, Jalen just needs to play safe and run the ball. That's how they win. Don't get away from that. Yeah, I agree. The name of the game is take care of the ball. Take care of the ball. Take care of the ball. Mahomes fans blamed Burrow for the Bengals missing the playoffs. That's obviously 1,000% not Joe Burrow. I think it's actually the only game we can get out coached on defense. I think McVay can score on the Fangio defense better than anyone not named Reed. I think Fangio has been unbelievable. When you look at that Rams-Eagles game, the Eagles definitely won convincingly. But the Rams, there was a couple times in that game where, there was like a ball slightly out of reach or, off the fingertips of Puka Nacua, where if Puka Nacua comes down with that catch, it changes the game. It changes it. Like there was a couple moments I specifically remember where it was like, ooh, this is one of those moments where if this went in the Rams' favor, like the game changes significantly. I don't remember exactly now what it was, but I think one of them definitely involved Puka Nacua, and I think one of them also involved Cooper Kupp. And it was kind of like, if they come down with that, this game changes. And because it didn't, then you kind of get a little bit more of a gap, and then they were able to really run in the second half and Saquon. So it's just, I'm not so sure that this is like an easy game for the Eagles, by no means. But I don't know how much I trust in the Rams either. The Rams had, this was a nice convincing win for them, but the Rams also ended the season kind of ugly too. So I don't know. Yeah, that was one of them for sure. And again, you come down with that and it just changes everything. And again, you can always look at it from two different perspectives. And I always choose the one perspective that I said. I always keep track of when something can go your way, when something cannot, because I try to really evaluate the game for the reality of it. But then you have other people that take the other approach where they're like, well, that happens all the time, or, a win is a win, or, oh, whatever, and it's just like, I try to be like, well, what are the, 9 out of 10 times does Puka Nacua catch that ball? Or 9 out of 10 times does, Matthew Stafford make a better throw? And if the answer is yes, then in my mind, I kind of say, okay, well, what would have happened then if it was one of the times that they actually did come down with that play? How does the game change? Because you can't bet on that in the next game. Yeah, Stafford and McVay are special. What did I'm curious. I kept looking at the Vikings box score. The Rams, they only ran 91, which is interesting considering they had the lead so much, so they didn't even really milk the clock and really have the run game going. Higbee balled, Puka Nacua. I mean, if you really think about it, it wasn't crazy. 58 yards, 44 yards, 29 yards, nothing crazy. 209 total passing. Oh my God, why won't you let me go to team stats? There we go. Only 16 first downs. Look at that. Third down, they were 2 for 10. Ooh, I can't wait to talk about this. They were only 2 for 10 on third downs. That's crazy. They weren't even as good, and they had 10 penalties. I might be changing my opinion in real time right now. Well, then, and that is smart because you're right. They're going to play more conservative because they have the lead. They see that the defense is swarming. Why force a turnover? But also 7 of the points came from the defense, and one of them was an extra possession from the interception from Sam Darnold, short field, and I don't remember if that was a touchdown or a field goal or anything. I believe it was it. I don't care if Brock Purdy can carry a team. Not at all. Keep it up. I'll be here for the divisional round, my man. Are you talking to me? I don't know who you're talking to. If you're talking to me, thank you. You need to start covering Ionescu and Haley Van Lithmore. Why? Do you think they're attractive, or do you find them cuties? Yeah, this game, the Rams, I'll be totally honest. Like, I watched this game and I watched it live, but like I did not really get to lock in as much as I would have liked. Like I said this, I showed this earlier. Well, I appreciate it, Matt, really. Like I take all notes on all these games, and I wasn't able to take any notes in this game. So like I most definitely did not watch it as close as I normally do. Let me just put these over here. And so, that's why it's like once the Rams had the momentum, the Vikings obviously couldn't get anything going on. I'm almost now starting to lean towards this score being more misleading because the Vikings obviously couldn't get anything going on against the Lions. The Rams, I do think the Rams are a good team. And again, I think Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay always command respect. But like, I think if the Eagles just play their ball and aren't messy, then they should win this game, convincingly. Well, and that's the thing. If you have to sell out to stop Saquon, like if you're betting on Jalen Hurts not able to throw the ball, that is a confusion. That constant berating of Jalen Hurts as not being a good passer, like it's just misleading. Again, is Jalen Hurts this elite special passer? Is he Matthew Stafford? Is he Josh Allen? Is he Patrick Mahomes? He's not. But like they act like he like has a backup quarterback arm, but he can just run. So he's a starter, and it's just not the case. Has my opinion changed on Sam Darnold? No. I think this is a made up number on 8 out of 10. If on a scale of 1 to 10, if I thought he was an 8, if my opinion changed of him, it went down to a 7. But no, I don't pile on in one game. He was sacked 9 times. He was pressured like 22 times or something. I just think getting after him, could he do better dealing with the pass rush? Sure, but at the same time, I just think that's a tough thing for any quarterback to do. Yeah, I wonder how much that first matchup will really come into play for the Eagles and the Rams. Honestly, are you saying Jalen's a thrower? Oh yeah. Yeah, well, you almost want to see them get off to the same start as they did with the Steelers. Get Jalen Hurts, get AJ Brown engaged. Get Devontae engaged. Oh, believe me, man, I've defended Jalen Hurts all day, every day. I broke all that stuff down. I've defended him. Like I went, especially during that whole week when everybody was talking about him not being a great thrower and this. Like, believe me, I'm just saying he's not. I'm comfortable saying, yeah, he's not as great of a thrower as like a Josh Allen. But people act like that just means though, then you just like fall off, and it's like, well, now you're Gardner Minshew. Wait, so Parker, are you coming from a more Rams perspective then? I also wanted them to mix. Some 1, 2 times. That's Calcaterra. I know. How old is he? Do you know? Dallas Goedert beasted. He beasted against the Packers. I mean, that was a great catch. Then the move. I mean, like that was grown man football. Yeah, well, the O line is definitely a superpower. That's what makes Saquon and that's what makes Saquon so deadly is because he can do his own magic regardless of the O line. But then when you give him the space and you give him the time, you give him the opportunity. Time's not the right word, but you give him the opportunity. It's like it adds up. Thank you. Yeah, so I love him too, and Jalen's comfortable utilizing him. I liked watching what's his face get a touchdown last night. Oh my god, what the heck's his name? Names always slip my mind. Oh my gosh, he caught the first touchdown. Jalen Hurts was so patient. It was an awesome throw, awesome, presence. Like he completely just, did what he needed to do. If you want to see how great Howie Roseman is, look at how many under 30 players are signed. I know. That's what I'm saying. This team is. That's why there's so much pressure on Sirianni because this team is set. Yes, Dotson. Thank you. This team is set. Like, if this team can win, if they can tie this all together, it's like the Eagles should keep winning. It's honestly why Jalen Hurts and Sirianni are under the microscope here. They're seen as the weakest link, whether right or wrong. It just and so there is that pressure. Right, Devontae's young. AJ Brown is young. You're talking about two elite wide receivers who still have their prime. These aren't like end of the year players here, like or end of their career players here. You're talking about true, special weapons in their prime. Are the Commanders going to beat the Lions? I don't know, but I'm pumped for that game. I really am. To me, the biggest question will be, what can the Commanders' offense do against the Lions' defense? I'm confident the Lions' offense will be able to get after the Commanders' defense. The question to me is, can the Commanders' offense keep up? And is there anything that the defense can do to slow down? Because any of the things that the Lions' defense, what the Lions' defense has tried to do to overcome some of their injuries is just like, we are just going to get after the quarterback as much as we can. We are just going to attack. You can't do that to Jaden Daniels. You can't do that to Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury. Jaden will torch you. So that's what I'm curious. I'm curious to see what will be the defensive play against him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This game can be like a true shootout. So it really just kind of be like, can that Commanders offense keep up? Thank you, Royal. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Yeah, man, the Eagles are built. They are definitely built. Bigger did play great. I was very impressed with this game. I really was. That fumble was rough. But, Jaden winning that game was I think that was a special moment, especially for the Commanders fans, for Jaden winning on the road, rookie quarterback. That was just cool to see. So that's the big thing is the Commanders absolutely positively can't have any of these random bootleg turnovers like they had against the Eagles, right? You can't have these random fumbles here. Jaden obviously definitely has to take care of the ball, and I don't know. It's kind of hit or miss if Jared Goff will give you an interception or so. He has been a little bit as of late. I'm so fascinated to see what these game plans are going to be, honestly. I think it's going to come down so much more to coaching than the players themselves. Does Ben Johnson just go all out and attack? Is he going to try to just run the Commanders out of town? Because you see how we saw the Rams play conservative, like you said, Stafford and all that. It feels like the Lions are incapable of doing that, or like they just refuse to do that. You think that would be the perfect end to the Eagles to have to play the Chiefs again? Or do you think the Eagles fans would be happy to see the Chiefs not even win a single playoff game? Yeah, I don't think the hate for Sam Darnold, and I know everyone's going to pile on Sam Darnold, and I'm going to have to defend him, and people are going to probably get mad at me for defending him. But I'm curious to see what like Colin has to say, John Middlecoff, Dan Orlovsky. I'm curious to see what a handful of these other people have to say. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you said, first things first, we'll probably have like pumpkins and stuff. Stephen A said he gives the Texans zero chance. Well, it is interesting because the Philadelphia Eagles, they lost to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. And you're right, because then they got to beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. And it was like, that's right. Like that Super Bowl for the Philadelphia Eagles fans definitely hits harder knowing that they beat Tom Brady and the Patriots. If they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, it was like, doing the Philly special or, and all of that, like, doing that against Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots, like that hits. And so it is true because if the Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, it's just like that'll hit. If the Eagles beat the Houston Texans in the Super Bowl, it just wouldn't hit as hard. And if the Eagles even beat the Ravens or the Bills, the narrative would be more like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. They couldn't handle the big moment. They can't get over the hump. They can't win. So it is interesting. You know, can repeat itself. Poetry. My whole thing, I talked about this a lot, even today a little bit in some videos and in the comment section especially, is the Chiefs content, it just gets so repetitive. And it's just, the conversation and the debates that we all have, it'll just be so cyclical. If a different team wins, if the rate, if Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, whoever, Jared Goff, like I just think we get to continue to have more interesting conversations. The Cowboys didn't cost him a ring, or you mean because the Cowboys beat the Bucks in his final year? Dude, I said that in a video, Matt. I absolutely said that in a video today. I think probably multiple videos, because since I talked about both the Ravens and the Bills, it's a lose-lose situation for them. It's an absolute lose-lose situation, because if they win, it's okay, great, you beat Lamar. Okay, great, you beat Josh Allen. Can you beat Patrick Mahomes? And if they lose, it's up. Can't get it done. Can't even get to the AFC Championship game. Can't get past Josh Allen. Can't get past Lamar. Like it's a lose-lose situation. Yeah, it's people's failure to understand the team sport of it all is always frustrating. No, and that's exactly right. If Lamar Jackson beats Josh Allen, he'll just be like, "Well, yeah, it's not the Kansas City Chiefs. Of course he played good. It's just the Buffalo Bills." You know? And if Josh Allen wins, he'll drop a banner. Congratulations, you made it to an AFC Championship game. Round of applause. That was your Super Bowl. Like it's no matter what. That's why if the Chiefs lose, you can't keep saying the Arrowhead Invitational or whatever. Then it's like, where does the content go from there? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how realistic chances the Texans have against the Chiefs. I think if the Chiefs were still banged up and Brown wasn't there and Pacheco wasn't there, I think they would have a much better chance. And if they were actually healthy, Tank Dell was there and Diggs. But the Texans are legitimately banged up. The Chiefs are now healthier. They're at home. They're well rested. You're really going to be banking on them being rusty. I don't see that. I don't think they'll be rusty. I don't think that, just because they haven't played since Christmas. The Chiefs are too well run. Andy Reid, Mahomes, like I just don't think that'll be a thing. I don't think you're gonna be like, oh, they were rusty in that first quarter. I mean, maybe, but I just don't see it. It doesn't say that the Texans don't have a chance. I'm just saying like that won't be why. CJ Stroud will have to be special. He will have to remind everyone why he was a top pick. Why everybody was like, "Oh my god, you're amazing." That was the best rookie year ever. He has to be that special. And that defense has to get after Mahomes. There's got to be that moment where like Mahomes kind of like slowly gets up and they're like, "Uh-oh. If you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, you don't like to see this. I think he's okay, Jim. He's Mahomes." Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I just hope it's competitive. I think Justin Herbert will redeem himself. I believe it. I believe it. To make sure I didn't get any audio in here. Oh yeah, that's what I also have to do too. I will be wrapping up. I gotta eat. I gotta make more videos. I gotta make more videos. I gotta make food. I am definitely sleeping in tomorrow. So it's gonna be a later start. Well, you know what? You know what's crazy? I had my take, and I did not see Dan's first at all. At all. And someone said, "Oh man, you look like Dan Orlovsky Jr." And I was like, "Oh, what did Dan say?" And then as soon as someone said that, I'm like, "You know what? That's awesome. If I'm on the same side as Dan Orlovsky, that's good for me, man. That's good for me." And he said something that I actually got away from. That one interception also, like you could almost give him only one interception. Because the last interception was just, you just got to let it rip. The other interception was obviously tipped. And then the other one with Ladd, I mean, like it went through his hands. Yeah, it was slightly high, but it went through his hands. So I'm just saying, again, he obviously didn't play great. It was obviously not a great game, not an amazing game, but they couldn't run the ball. They couldn't catch the ball. And they couldn't pass block. That remains to be my biggest thing. You can't run the ball, you can't pass block, and you can't catch the ball. I don't know what you're expecting. Yeah, Justin Herbert is elite. To argue against him, I know, I don't know. But it was funny. People did not like that take. Which is a bit of a bummer because I think the Chargers really matched well with the Chiefs. Yeah, but think about the Texans. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions and they still lost. That's a fundamental problem. If you pick off an quarterback 5 times, you gotta win that game. You gotta win that game. Well, some people just straight up make stuff up. I don't know where they sometimes come to their conclusions. Yeah, and I think that'll be at the top of the list for the Chargers this offseason. I'm confident Justin Herbert will have his day. Get him a run game too, man. Get him someone like Derrick Henry. I'm watching slow motion of Derrick Henry just stiff arming. I don't know who it was on the Steelers, but just him throwing him to the ground. And I appreciate it, Matt. The biggest break that the Chiefs got were that the Ravens were able to win the division last minute, because now the Ravens have to now play the Bills. The Bills and the Ravens have to play each other rather than having to play, the Chiefs only have to play one of them. Like, that was the Steelers' division to win, and they just fell apart. Yeah, I wonder. The problem is T. Higgins is always kind of banged up. They've already put Justin Herbert with a bunch of banged up players. Definitely a sad day for the Minnesota Vikings, no doubt about that. Well, we know Joe Burrow wants T. Higgins to stay. I think elite is too far of a stretch. Any chance the Texans can win? That's what we've been talking about. I think it's definitely hard. I think there's no doubt about it. It's definitely hard. I think the Texans absolutely have to play a spotless, perfect game. There is 100% zero margin for error. Zero. And you have to get to Patrick Mahomes. He has to be harassed just like they did before. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't judging you for asking that question. I was just laughing, saying like, yeah, that's what we've been talking about. Well, and that's the thing, if they can get to Mahomes and that goes a long way. But obviously holding them to field goals isn't necessarily going to be the easiest thing. You think Jalen Hurts is the second best quarterback behind Mahomes? So that's the thing. We saw their red zone offense not be good, but they weren't fully healthy. And now they have Pacheco back, and now they have Brown, and now Worthy's getting better. And also the whole Kelsey playoff performance boost. Like, there's interesting question marks around them. And Hopkins, forgot about Hopkins. I will not be having a big debate about Jalen Hurts currently right now. In terms of, is he elite? Is he not? Or is he the second best quarterback? I don't got the strength for that right now. But all right. I am going to get going because I do got to shut this down. I got to eat, record some videos, go to sleep, and then do it all again. Dude, you put Josh Allen on this team, and this team is definitely going undefeated. You put Josh Allen on the Philadelphia Eagles, and they win the next 3 Super Bowls if health is on their side. That's what I see. I don't know. Is there a way for me to look that up? It won't even let me scroll all the way up on the chat that I at least have access to. And I don't know how to look it up. But that was amazing. And I am incredibly grateful. Yeah, that was amazing. Truly. I still am speechless. I still haven't even processed it, honestly. I'm a Josh Allen truther. That's why I need my sleep. Because I'm going to have to come in hard. Although it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun conversations about the Rams versus Eagles. And then really the conversations about Lamar and Allen will really begin. And I wonder how much content there'll be about the Kansas City Chiefs and the Texans, honestly. Well, if Jalen Hurts can turn that 11-game win streak into a 13, what is it? Will be 2, 3. Wait, they have to win 3 more games. 14-game win streak. You know what? People will put him up there. All right. I'm going to get going. Thank you guys all so much. Truly, truly appreciate it. I will catch you all in the comments tomorrow, tonight, today, wherever you are, whatever your time zone is. And I think I'll probably be going live again this weekend, so we'll get after it. That's why you guys keep talking about Jalen. I'm ending it. I'm going to bed. Or I got to do some work and eat. Then I'm going to bed. Catch you all later. Read your comments. I always read your comments.